Hello everyone and welcome back to another Star Wars The Black Series action figure wish list. It feels like it's been forever and a day since we've done one of these because there's been just a plethora of either new reveals or new media or just other topics of conversation to be discussed. So it's good to be back with a wish list. We are tonight taking a bit of a deep dive into the unknown regions, as it were, because we're diving into the expanded universe and legends. And what I'm really excited about this one because it has afforded us an opportunity to just get a little bit weird with it. And I'd go as far as to say this is probably our most ambitious wish list to date because it's just so obscure. And that's what's really cool about the expanded universe is that it's allowed us, me and Dan, being the 90s nostalgia buff and Power of the Force 2 fans that we are, it's allowed us to revisit what we consider to be a golden era in Star Wars. And for James, obviously, being a Clone Wars fanatic, it's giving him the opportunity to dive into the Genndy Tartakovsky Clone Wars series, obviously, with that being non-canon now, and the Dark Horse comic books. So we've got a real mix of different characters to go through for this wish list, and it's going to be good. We've shaked up the format a little bit. Rather than confining ourselves to 4 or 5 picks, we've just gone balls to the wall and just picked tons. We've got honourable mentions, we've got mainline picks, and we've got some mutual decisions as well, which I'm really looking forward to getting into. But I do want to preface this stream with a bit of an apology because, like I said, this is a stream of first, so I've got a new intro. We've got just a complete shake-up of the format, but also for the first time ever, because one of the things we really like to do on these streams is to visualize and discuss not just the characters we want to see in the Black Series line, but also how we design them if we were on the Hasbro team. So we like to talk about the articulation, and we like to talk about the mixed media that we'd use to create certain characters. And so for the first time ever, with the power of AI, we have been able to visualize and create mock-ups of each of the characters that we're pitching from the expanded universe. Now, like I said, I want to preface this with a bit of an apology because this stream has been in the works for months. And I really mean months. Like, this has been something we've talked about doing since well before Christmas. And I'm the one who's put together the visualizations. And in this time it's been since coming up with the idea for this stream and actually going live tonight, I've been educated on the ethical and environmental hazard of AI, and I'm not proud of it, but it is what it is. I am aware of it now. So Dan, cheers, mate. Thank you.
It's all right, mate. It's all right.
But do you know what? It's such a shame that there has to be an element of guilt attached to this one, because AI, for what it is, should be like a really powerful and useful tool. And I'm not condoning it in the sense of, AI should replace all art and it should create art, because no, let's not go down that route. I want AI to, hoover my carpet and do my laundry. I don't want it to create the art that I consume. But for the purposes of this stream in particular, and conceptualizing and visualizing action figures, I don't think there'd have been any other way around it. So this will be the first and only time that we do this. If you are put off by that, feel free to dip out. No one would blame you. But at the same time, I hope you'll stick around, because, like I said, it is going to be a really cool stream. We've got some really cool characters to talk about. And yeah, it's going to be a good one. It's going to be a girthy one again as well. So buckle in, because we might be here a while. So with that in mind, gents, how are you doing first and foremost? Are we all ready for some Legends talk?
Oh, I'm ready for it. I'm thirsty for it.
Good stuff. Good stuff. I was meaning to get some monster in.
Now.
I was meaning to get some monster in for this one because I knew it was going to be a late one, but the tea will have to suffice. We have got some people in the chat as well, so let's say hello to our viewers. We've got Mr. SW1138 in the chat. Courtney's Cantina is with us. Courtney actually joined us for our last stream. If you haven't checked that out, make sure you do. That was a really, really fun one. We've got Spicy Hummer in the chat as well. Matt from Twin Sons Collecting is with us. Mr. Stormtrooper Davis as well. Yeah, got some good chaps in the chat. So let's get into it, and we'll kick things off with our first. I'll not say pick, because this doesn't really fall into the category of our mainline choices, but I'm going to preface this one again, really, because when we talk about the expanded universe, for my mileage, the expanded universe still covers canon, comic books, and video games and other Star Wars media. Basically anything that's not a movie or a TV show, I feel that should still fall under the expanded universe bracket. It's Legends that's the non-canon stuff. And so with that in mind, myself and James at least came to a bit of a mutual understanding that these two characters needed to be made available in the Black Series, especially if Hasbro are going to go down the route of continuing the publishing line, because these two characters are from a recent comic book. And James, I'm going to give the floor to you on this one, mate, because you've become somewhat of our resident sequel trilogy advocate in recent months. So the floor is yours, mate. Take it away with our first choices for the expanded universe, and comments. I want to hear what you think about these visualizations, because we've done a bit of a mutual thing on this. We haven't, designed it. We haven't just thrown anything into an AI generator and hoped that something good would come out of it. We have tried to finely tune it to the best of our ability. There may be some inaccuracies, so please don't come at us for that, and reserve your judgment until the end. But here we go. So with our first pick, we have Ren and Ben Solo from the Rise of Kylo Ren comic book. So James, take it away, my friend.
Well, as a well-confessed Ben Solo stan, as I am going to refer to myself, I think it's pretty damn criminal we don't have something like this in the line. But saying that, Hasbro have taken a little break from the publishing stuff, and we're slowly starting to see it make a return. And it was the Scar Squadron 2-pack that sort of influenced this, alongside certain circles within the collecting community, if you know where to look. there is a little bit of a picture of a figure that we might have gotten a few years ago. So the last full wave of publishing figures, which I can't remember the full assortment of, but the one containing Mara Jade, it was just a wave of 3 and not 4, which we were accustomed to. And there was supposedly going to be a figure of Ren in that wave, and for whatever reason it was pulled, probably because the wave relied a lot back then on constant reuse, and it seemed like there was a fair bit of new stuff on him. I don't know if we'll ever see it. I don't know. I mean, we've only got the comments and concerns of certain people to take into account of this actually being true, but the reputable source had some sort of Hasbro affiliation, I would imagine. Sorry, my tripod's decided it wants to start descending for no fucking reason. And it all come about when we were sort of drafting this stream, and I suppose this was when the Ben Solo news was dropping, so neurons were firing, conversations were happening, and we were like, there is a really cool Kylo Ren comic book at the minute, exploring a lot about the character. I'll say at the minute, it's wrapped up now, it's done. And I still haven't fucking read it, which I said I would do before we did this.
I'm like you on that front, mate, because I've kind of fell out with getting single issue comic books, and I kind of, if there's a story I want to consume, then I wait until the trade paperback comes out. So
well, I've got no excuse, because I was buying the single comics and they're still down there to the left of me in a bag. But
a little bit
that
like
being
Dan's
said,
fan home books, way.
There is a classic page, if you will, from a comic book from the last few years when the sequel trilogy was still at its highest point, of the encounter that happens with Luke, with Ben as his Padawan, and Ren himself. And I think that is so well circulated and well known within many different Star Wars fan circles. Even if the sequel trilogy isn't your thing, I remember quite well that people were very pleased to see Luke in his crate outfit, but with the green lightsaber. So, regardless of affiliation, this idea is synonymous with many people, and I wanted an action figure 2-pack of it because, as we discussed in the sequel trilogy stream we did the other month, there is just not enough Ben Solo stuff in the world. And as much as I would want a figure of him in his jumper from the end of The Rise of Skywalker, this looks a lot cooler, and this would be a really good 2-pack to get onto shelves. It's just got everything I think that people would want. It'd be 2 brand new figures. I think there's quite a cult following for Ren because of the helmet and the lightsaber that Disney did. He's been pushed to the forefront of media in certain ways, compared to many other comic book characters that we have had figures of, that people have just thought, who the bloody hell's that? Or it's not a very main focal character. Why are we getting a toy of it? Now that we're getting new stuff.
I was sorry, mate. I was really surprised actually about how much of a presence Ren merchandise had in Doc Ondar's at Galaxy's Edge, because the helmet and the lightsabers were still available there. And I'm not going to lie, there was a part of me that was like, I kind of want those. They look bloody good. So I've read the Rise of Kylo Ren comic. I actually reread it on the plane to Florida to get ready for this stream so that I knew what we were talking about going in. And yeah, it's like you said, it's a really fucking cool character. Sorry, tangent, sidetrack. Continue, mate. Sorry about that.
Well, I suppose the main point I wanted to make by selecting these, because this is by no means our picks. I think, Steve, you were a little bit... I mean, we were all conflicted putting picks together for this because there were so many good ones, and AI slop aside, seeing images of figures we don't have that we want, that'll tickle my pickle on any day of the fucking week. So You couldn't decide whether you wanted to have Ren in your list or not. And when you sent me that picture of the Ben Solo figure, I'm like, we have to talk about this. So now it's become an imaginary 2-pack. But most important of all, I think, this is the way you market something somewhat sequel trilogy related in today's collecting market.
Yeah.
Because we know it's not for everyone. And we know there is a big risk there that if Hasbro were to put something new out from the sequel trilogy, it might not perform well. Maybe that was a fear in, regards to why we didn't see anything last year for the 10th anniversary. But this, I think you're breaking that middle ground perfectly. Again, it's Legends characters, Legends versions of characters that are canon.
Expanded I think that this is one of the things.
Sorry, I said the wrong word.
No, you're fine, mate. But this is what I'm so excited to talk about with this pick in particular, because it wasn't until we formulated the discussion for this one that I actually, the light bulb went off in my head, and I thought, well, actually, yeah, my own interpretation of Star Wars media falls into the line of Legends is non-canon. The expanded universe still continues to expand the universe. So for me, this is still, like you said, expanded. It falls into that same bracket of getting like a Dark Empire Luke in Power of the Force 2. It's a different take. It's an alternate look for a character we know from a movie, but haven't actually seen in live action or animation or portrayed in media. It's purely from the page of a comic book. So expanded universe all the way for this one.
I just feel like if this was on the shelves of the shop, or if it went up on a website, as most things often do these days, unfortunately, it would probably draw in more than just a focused crowd. And maybe, just as we hope and imagine, that the hunt for Ben Solo will, come out of the shadows and reinvigorate passion for the sequel trilogy, then this could do that for the figures without something behind it, like a movie or a series, to push it. Because I think there's many things on offer here for collectors of all different kinds. You've got, if you like Ben Solo, if you like Kylo Ren, you're a fan of those comics, great set. If you think Ren's cool, because people, there's a huge following for cool helmeted characters, regardless of what they're from. There's a great figure as well. I just think it's got a bit of something for everybody, and it's a somewhat safe choice, whilst also being a little bit left field, and I like that.
It falls into the rule of cool, and that's what I am all about when it comes to Star Wars figure collecting. If it's from a piece of media that I don't know, but I think the figure looks cool, I'll pick it up, and then I'll probably look into the media, end up buying the comics. I'm invested. It opens me up. Yeah.
I suppose what I'm hoping for, because the comparison I made some weeks ago is we saw Gaming Greats when that was first delivered to us as a line. It was, for years, it was reuse heavy, repaint heavy, and it's now found its own feet and moved itself into mainline and into exclusive 2-packs, where I'd say it gets a fair shot at having brand new stuff. We've had completely new figures while still having a bit of reuse.
Yeah.
And I think that now publishing's slowly coming back. Maybe we can see the same thing happen to that, as long as the character choices are right. And I think we've got two good characters here that are perfect for it.
100%. Absolutely, mate. It's just for me. It's just the thing that speaks to me about any expanded universe merchandise or Legends is the fact that it feels niche, and it feels like one of those if you know kind of releases, which I really appreciate. When you've taken time to invest in a story that's outside the realm of your mainstream Star Wars, like your movies and your TV shows. For something like this, it's like, it's a character from that movie, but it still feels like a deep cut. Do you know what I mean? And I just like I said, I think on a shelf, and the fact you have explained this one perfectly, that it is such a safe bet for sequel trilogy merch, because it tours that line between Dan's rule of cool, sequel love / hate. It's just got that bit of everything, and also just for my mileage, this is cooler than a Rise of Skywalker Ben Solo, so I'll take this any day of the week.
Yeah, I think I would rather have this too.
Yeah, absolutely. So we've got an idea in our heads now of what these figures would look like, and this is the kind of comments that I want to see throughout tonight's stream. So Matt from Twin Sons Collecting asks, would it have been a shirtless Maul reuse like the Night Brother? This is what I want to get into. Let's talk about the design process.
Or does he mean the actual leaked image that was out there? Well, it wasn't out there.
Either way.
Yeah.
I've seen it somewhere. I can't tell you where because I don't want to be told off by people. I don't know how knowledgeable it is. People, it's been spoken about on live streams publicly, but it's never been shown publicly. So, but I think the only reuse on it at the time was Knight of Ren legs. I could be wrong.
I was going to say, because I think the sculpted detail on that torso in particular that wouldn't allow for a shirtless Maul reuse. I think it's got, because he's not shirtless, is he? He's got, or is he shirt? I don't really know. Like I could never tell in the comic book whether he'd got a shirt on or whether he was shirtless and he was like scarred or had some sort of body markings. I could never really make it out. And AI's not done anything to help me out with that one either. So I don't really know, to be honest. I can't make my mind up what it's supposed to be.
I'm pretty sure it's well known that was supposed to be the fourth figure in that wave anyway. It's been out there online long enough. I shouldn't really be afraid to talk about it, but I think it was pulled for budget because it was all heavy reuse. I don't think that's just my assumption. It didn't fit into the price per figure ratio that those waves
such a
were
shame.
given. But we know that when these were coming out, it was some of the shittest times for the Black Series, unfortunately. It's when we took that dip. And I'm not ragging him for it, but it was when Patrick was part of the Star Wars team, and we've discussed this before, character choices just felt fucking dog. They were just... they were not good. It was just bollocks for like 2 years. Blame it on COVID, blame it on whatever you want.
Yeah.
But we've seen some shit times, and unfortunately, we had budget lines because of it, so they could try and move things while spending less money. Now that we're on much better ground, we're hitting home running. Perfect time. Let publishing stand on its own 2 feet.
Yeah,
because 100%. It can.
100%.
Yeah, it's almost like Black Series went through that period of it started off really strong, then dipped, and then it tried to find its feet again. And it's only in recent years where it's really, and this is why I love this pick so much, because it just falls into that realm that recent waves that we may or may not talk about towards the end of this stream, depending on how tired we get, have been absolutely nailing that character selection. You've got to keep bringing it back to that. The character selection is so key, because you could release the best possible, you could release the most amazing Black Series figure ever made from an engineering and design perspective, but if the character is boring and lacks any real affinity with collectors, then no one's going to pick it up. But it can be the best, objectively the best Black Series figure ever made, but if it's not a character that people care about, then it's absolutely pointless. But yeah, I just want these so much.
It does help when you can see something tangible in front of you. It's not a far cry from what an actual product photo would look like.
No,
100%.
I'll take a bow on that one. You're welcome. Because I should stress, AI, the only part of this design process that AI has done is the figure itself. I've done the press photos or the press style photos. So I've tried to make this look as official as I could. Whether or not I've succeeded in that, may
mate,
leave.
great job.
I think you succeeded when you first put some of the pictures up and people thought they were legit.
Oh,
yeah,
mate.
Facebook in a nutshell.
Yeah. And I'll stress that as well. If you're joining us a little bit late to the party, these are not official images of products that are coming out. Let's just preface it with that. These are mock-ups. These are figures that we want to be made, not that are coming. So don't get confused.
Should have maybe put an asterisk on all the pictures.
I thought about that. I honestly thought about putting a little thing at the top that said not actual product, but you live and learn.
We've disclaimed it at the start.
If people believe it enough, it might fucking happen because look at that. Hasbro go, they seem to like this. We like money, huh?
Yeah. Well, this is what I'm hoping. To be fair, for whoever from the Hasbro team may be watching, Brandon, Eric, Chris, Steve, whoever, take this as a sales pitch, mate. Like this is stuff we want to see, and
100%.
and seeing it as tangible, like semi-tangible, actual product. It just backs up the points that I think we're going to make throughout this stream.
Don't include the pins on the legs because for some reason AI couldn't work that bit out.
Yeah, I think it's because I put a thing in there because I was delivered certain results where you couldn't really tell that it was an action figure. So I had to emphasize in my prompt. I had to say, put articulation points in there, please.
Yeah.
And that's what we ended up with. So yeah, outdated articulation, be damned. Don't get any ideas, Hasbro. Don't bring the pins back for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think we need these. I love that Collector Cove as well mentioned in the chat that if these were official releases, James would have had them last week. Shameless plug to a couple of reviews that have gone up on the channel this week.
Well, can't let everybody else have all the fun now, can we?
Absolutely. Got to get in on the action. So with that one's out of the way and done with. Like I said, that was a bit of a mutual pick that we haven't really done very much. So let's get into what we usually tend to do with these wish lists, and we'll break down some honourable mentions. So Dan, we'll let you take yours first up, mate. There we go.
Let's go.
Mr. SW1138's on the board. Did everyone catch the Sith Lord live stream? They announced two sweet new figures. Yeah, this is going to be all over like Reddit or something later on today. Like, did you see it? Did you see it? And people will not have tuned into the start of the show. So can't wait for that to blow up in my face. But yeah, on to honourable mentions. Dan, take it away with your first one, mate.
Let's fucking go. So, not to go with the typical Jabba the Hutt joke that people make about Ezra Bridger. This isn't Ezra Bridger. This is Jabba the Hutt. This is Jabba the Hutt as he appeared in the comic because no one knew what he looked like. So I was like, you know what? I want to see that. I think his complexion should be a little bit more green. I don't know. That's just how he appears in the comic. But to be honest, I'd be cool with this because if you didn't want it as Jabba, you could just have it as is it Mozet Benid?
That's the one.
That looks shito. So you got best of both worlds, and that's what I've tried to kind of factor in a little bit in my list, just to tease it a little bit. But yeah, I just think get this on a packaging with like kind of comic book art styling, Jabba, and people will be like, "What the fuck? What's this?" Just to really confuse them, just to send a real curveball. I mean, to be honest, if you really want to go deep cut, I was tempted to say get Big Lad who played him, before they did the visual effects changes.
Oh God, yeah, the human, Irish Jabba.
That's it.
Funko are doing him, so
yeah, if Funko's done it,
they really are running out of fucking ideas, but that's a story for another time.
Not all they're running out of money. Spunko popped it all up the wall, didn't they? But no. Mozet Benid or Jabba. I want him. It's a fun one. It's just a bit weird.
I love that. Yeah. Matt's put this one's already in Black Series 3.75 inch, my friend, though, not the 6-inch line. We deserve our treats as well for the superior scale. There we go. Yeah, no, I'll take it, to be fair. Again, like, I'm glad that you touched on the complexion and the paint applications, because I think what AI did with my prompts for this one was create a realistic interpretation, which in turn ended up being Mosep Benid. But yeah, like you said, in the comic books, he's like, it's almost got like an orange face and like a really bright green jumpsuit. But yeah, I don't know whether would that look at home on a Black Series shelf when everything looks so realistic. I mean, you've got we're literally in an age where we have a live action interpretation of Jackson on the shelf.
Exactly.
Would throw in a comic accurate palette on this one look a little bit out of place?
I would do it a little bit inspired. Probably wouldn't have him in a red jumpsuit. Have him, I don't know, play on it a bit. Play on it.
Yeah. Comicify it a little bit.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Nah, fair. I'd take it. I'd buy it. It's another Alien as well, to be fair.
That's it.
Like, that's the main takeaway for this one.
Yeah.
Get some more aliens in the line. And while we're on the subject, get some more droids in the line as well. And a perfect candidate for that would be from Shadows of the Empire, because who doesn't love the recent Black Series offerings that we've had from Shadows? So we've got Dash, we've got Luke in Coruscant Guard disguise, we've got Leia in Bouge, we've got Dash, we've got Shizor. The reason that I went with these two for my honourable mention was because I really like the message behind what Steve Evans talks about with Vintage Collection and telling a story. Whether the execution on that, works out, your mileage may vary. But I like the idea of having characters on my shelf that interact with one another, that tell a story, and that, create a display in essence. As much as I love the fact that my expanded universe shelf is just this eclectic mix of weird and wonderful figures, I like the idea of having, characters that mingle together, and I think these would be a perfect way of bringing that to life. So with Gure, she's Prince Shizor's right hand woman. She's an assassin. She's a servant to Shizor, and there's so many different looks for that character from the comic books. But I went with this one because it's the most, I'll say, action-packed look for the character. So, dual pistols, holsters. Yeah, she would look awesome. And Liber, Dash Rendar's droid, you've got to get him in the line. Voiced by Tom Kane in the game as well. You Clone Wars buffs out there, if you didn't already know. And yeah, just a really cool droid design. So weird. I'm not entirely sure how accurate the render is on that one, because I'm sure some of the parts, may look a little bit different in the game and stuff, but you get the idea. That's what the main aim of these visuals is to do, is to just give you an idea of what could be. Like I said, inaccuracies may occur, but I just think, action figure 2-pack this, or mainline it. I don't mind. Gaming greats, whatever you want to do. Oh no, it wouldn't be gaming greats, would it? Because Shadows of the Empire's got its own little subline of the Black Series now. So you're telling me there's a chance? Yeah, I'd be happy with this one as a 2-pack. I'm not sure whether there are other figures that you could take reuse for either character, but yeah, man, just get them in the line somehow, some way, and get them paired up with the characters that they interact with in the games and in the comic books.
It's the sheer fact that we haven't had these characters before as figures, and I think Guri, was it Guri? Guri? I always get her name mixed up. She only came in Micro Machines playset.
Yeah, same for Liber. Liber's only exists in Micro Machines form as well.
It's tragic.
It is. It is. I can't believe we didn't get these during like Shadow's heyday in '95. You know, during Power of the Force 2, because we got that weird swoop bike and swoop rider, which is effectively a grunt. But we didn't get two, I'll say, core characters for that media. So yeah, it would have been awesome to see these in Power of the Force 2, but would be even cooler to see them in Black Series with all that articulation and premium detail that we've come to know and love. Like I said, I just love the idea of just fleshing out different media and putting teams together and having characters on a shelf that, like I said, intermingle and tell a story. And that's, you know, I could have picked Snoover, and I was so close. But I just think for the purpose of just displaying these with characters that they have interactions with in the media.
Yeah, they kind of serve as well, don't they? Because Guri with Cheese or Lebo,
that's what I mean.
With Dash,
yeah,
it makes sense. It makes sense.
Yeah. And like I said, it's just another one of those deep cut Legends dives that I'm so here for, and I think, you know, if we are going to be seeing more Shadows of the Empire figures in the line, I think the two top contenders, I think it's a safe bet that Snoover's probably going to come first, just given the rule of cool that you touched on earlier, Dan. But I just think in terms of just getting characters out there to flesh out that media and just give Shadows the love that it has so rightly deserved for so many years, then yeah, Guri and Lebo are shoo-ins, to be fair. Let us throw it to your honourable mention, James.
This will be interesting because you didn't send me my list for a refresher, and it's undergone several revisions, so I haven't got a fucking clue what I'm about to talk about. Savage.
Well, it's a learning experience for everyone, but I think you'll be. It's almost. I feel like I've picked these for you now that you've said that, but I think you'll be happy with what you've chosen.
I have suspicions. Yeah, there we go. I had to, right? I mean, I'm sick of banging this drum. I've been banging this drum for 4 years now. But, you know, somebody online recently said if you, you know, go about something you're very passionate about with the right intentions, then maybe it'll lead to something good. So, Nelva and Anakin. We were all there back in the day when cartoon Anakin got his top off and had some weird fucking slugs draw a little pattern on his chest. And it was the best thing ever. And it's criminally underrated that there have only really ever been 2 action figures of him. And I think it's about time that the Tartakovsky Clone Wars got some love in the Black Series.
Accurate love.
That doesn't involve using the wrong ARC Trooper parts. So this is where I would start. Everybody loves Anakin. You've just made a brand new figure from Revenge of the Sith. You can use the legs from that. It wouldn't be a crime. They're very good. New upper body for this guy. Use the same head sculpt. I wouldn't be bothered. I'd be perfectly fine with that. In fact, I'd use the dark side one, but I wouldn't paint it as such because he's very serious. Well, he does get angry looking like this towards the end of the episode. Got to have his lightsaber, as you've seen. But I want the destroyed mechanical arm.
Yeah.
From when he grabs it. I mean, you could include that power crystal. That'd be fucking cool. But the arm's got to break. When I used to have the 30th anniversary collection version of this, I always had him displayed with the broken arm, holding it in the air. Oh, what's that? It's just so cool, and I feel like I'm not like I'm sitting here talking for an entire generation of kids, but I feel like it's generational for people that watched that back in the day, because it was so out there and so weird when you think about it now. And the 2D Clone Wars has become this very highly coveted special thing because of how brief it was. And it, you know, we're approaching 2028. It's an anniversary for both Clone Wars variations. So let's get some figures going. And this is one I've wanted for years. Just make the 30th anniversary one, but bigger. It's great. I want one.
Darken the pants a little bit though, because those yellow Those yellow
Yeah,
pants.
not sure about them. I was never on board with that, but yeah, it's great. And I know how difficult it was for you to get an accurate version out of the AI thing that didn't look like a roadmap on his chest. So
God. No, it's not that. They just kept giving him tribal tattoo, like in like Earth-like tribal tattoos, and he just looked stupid. I don't know. He just looked odd. But it couldn't quite grasp the actual pattern. But we got there in the end.
I think it's so unique. It's something so out there. Again, I would say it's a deep cut. It's a well-known deep cut because when have we ever seen anything like this within? Well, I say that. I mean, all the different fucking Knight Brothers and Mauls have got bare chests and tattoos. Never mind. You know what I'm trying to convey, though? Like, this is just something I really want. And I think it stems back to when I was a kid because I could never get that commemorative DVD pack of the animated version. And I wanted it so bloody bad. And believe it or not, back in the day, getting the 30th anniversary one in my area, it was as rare as rocking horse shit. My mum surprised me with this one when I was a kid. A week before Christmas, which, I mean, that was a rarity in itself, getting a toy so close to the big day. But, I mean, I wanted this so much. I was looking at the little leaflet that had them all on that you got with some of the figures. It's like, Mum, I want this one. If you go to Woolworths and you see that one, can you get it me and I'll pay you? And there's this Woolworths in Stoke itself, because Stoke-on-Trent as a whole isn't confusing enough. It's actually got a small town called Stoke in it. Absolute shithole. But it had one of the best Woolworths going because of it. Because nobody ever went in, and they'd always get the best stuff. And I never saw it again. So it's memories like that have fueled this today, because I've carried it with me for years. And now that I buy toys and put them on shelves as an adult collector, it needs to be represented on the shelf. And I don't currently have any Tartakovsky figures on display because the array that we've got,
we're naff.
It's senseless. It's senseless. They don't look good with anything. So let's change that. Yeah.
Absolutely, mate. I'm really glad that you went for this one, and touched on the golden age that was the 30th anniversary collection, because that's one of the inspirations behind doing this stream. I mean, you know, we can sit here and talk about the wealth of media that Legends and Expanded Universe has covered over the years, from comic books to video games to all sorts of stuff. But the 30th anniversary collection of figures touched on that area of Star Wars so well, and that's why it remains one of, if not my favorite action figure lines ever produced, because of the, let's say it all together now, character selection. It was absolute, as the cool kids say, peak. And I think we need to bring that sort of stuff back. And that's why I'm absolutely in love with waves such as the recent fan channel selection, because that character selection seems to be making its way into the Black Series now. And
ask me how I would package this one, Steve.
Oh.
How would you pack it? Because,
well,
gut instinct for me, I'd put it on one of those Tartakovsky cards, because we didn't get it in the original line. But if you're going to tell me you're going to upscale a 30th anniversary card, you might just become my new favorite human.
Yeah, same.
We've had the majority of every other card upscaled. I think it's about time that the 30th anniversary collection grew up too.
Oh man.
And I mean, in this economy, I'll accept them if they're made of plastic, but put the coin in there.
Yeah.
Got to be done.
Yeah, let's have that.
Got to be done.
I just think, because you'll still have that Tartakovsky representation, because even back in the day, the picture on the back of the box was from the show. You had the realistic artwork on the front. It'd be great if we got just a special wave of upscaled 30th anniversary collection figures, right? Because it could be any fucking character. It would not matter. It wouldn't matter. Everybody would get a fair shot at something awesome. It'd be a wave for everyone. Because you just do a selection of 6, 8 figures split it in 2, like the Revenge of the Sith wave we've got recently. And you do a figure from something different show, different film. It doesn't have to be in any particular order. Just do it.
Yeah.
So
I'd be game for that. I'd be game for that.
Sign me up. I just think there's and again, Expanded Universe just lends itself so well to paying homage to previous lines because of the character selections that we've had before. And if you're going to talk about packaging, I'm going to backtrack and go back to Guri and Liber for a second. Put them on Shadows of the Empire cards, Black Series.
Yeah.
Come on now. Why the fact that we didn't get the fact we didn't get Dash and Shizo on upscaled purple Power of the Force 2 cards is as criminal as not getting Anakin and Obi-Wan on the Revenge of the Sith cards.
Yeah.
That's my mic drop for the night.
I agree with you, mate. I agree with you, and I don't even have as much of an attachment to it as you.
Yeah.
But it's iconic, image-wise.
Yeah, precisely. Maybe it'll come. Maybe it'll happen one day. Who knows? But no, it's a stunning pick, mate, and I'd buy this in a heartbeat. Absolutely, especially if it's based on that Episode 3 Anakin that you touched on, because that is still one of the best figures they've done.
I tell you, alongside Cutler Quain, this guy's becoming my holy grail. Like, I feel like fucking Indiana Jones at the minute. Like, this is my Cal Katarn as it is to you, mate. It's like
absolutely, mate.
Shaking the fist in the air at the clouds.
Come on, let's manifest it. Let's manifest it. Oh, well, with 30th anniversary collection fresh in our memory, let's harken back to something that actually spurred from the 30th anniversary collection. Let's talk comic packs. So Daniel, let's jump in because we're doing this on a Friday night. We're not quite past the watershed mark, so I don't know how juicy this is going to get, but it's better than doing it on a Saturday morning when the kids are watching. So,
absolutely.
With your first pick, mate, I can't wait for this.
Oh, yes. Yeah, boy. So, yeah, I think just to preface that, because that actually, what James said about packaging leads me perfectly into this. Star Wars comic packs were, 30th anniversary, Star Wars comic packs, that whole era was just the best. And the thing I loved about comic packs was the fact that you got 2 characters that a casual like me at the time didn't have a clue about. Antres Krieg and Gunnar Draco, whatever you call him.
You were so close.
What are they called?
To greatness.
As you can, Antres Krieg and Gunnar Draco, whatever you call them.
Gunnar Krieg and Antares Draco, yeah. You got them right. You just flipped the names.
I can't remember them.
You fall London Zuckerston.
That's the point. I was like, who the fuck are these guys? And I'm like, I don't care. I want them because they look cool. They've got shiny armor, and you got a comic which gave you some insight, or you would hope would give you some insight, but more than anything, just raised your questions. So I need to read the other ones. And then you'd be like, I can't find the comics. I'm just going to go on Wikipedia and rage quit because you were a child. And you had to read and you had to look into it. And that's what I loved about that era of just weird stuff some stuff that was familiar, then some stuff that wasn't. General Grievous, pre-cyborg, what? He wasn't born like that skeletal robot. Of course he wasn't. He was a big old hook boy. He's a big old boy. And come on, so I'm going on a tangent here, but 30th anniversary was my jam, and I would love to see this packaged in a sort of comic pack style packaging. Include it as an omnibus like a book, I'm throwing money at the screen, Hasbro. Either put it as a small comic or put a big old omnibus. I would buy it. I'd lap that up like a cat to milk. So you've got Darth Krayt, who is, oh my fucking god, he's just a big lad, isn't he? He's just a big lad that's travelled through time and space, and not really travelled. He's just kind of sat there having a big old space nap, and then he wakes up and he's like, right, time to get to work with his weird little different coloured eyes, and he's just so cool. He's just so cool, and his armor.
The Steve Rogers of the Star Wars universe.
He is. And his armor as well is just badass. And what I would say is, if they were going to do Darth Krayt, kind of similar to what they did with Dirge, well, what I would like them to do with Dirge, give him his armor where it completely encumbers him, because in the comics, his armor it's Yuzang Vong tech, like it's organic armor. So eventually it just completely outgrows him and it consumes him. So if they could do like little growths that you could really clip onto him and make him look all gross, that'd be awesome. But if not, just a side note, Hasbro, just a side note, you don't have to do that. Just give me Darth Krayt. And make sure his helmet can come off. Make sure as well that his hand, isn't open, because for some reason the comic pack one, I don't know if you remember, he came with two lightsabers. Yeah. And you couldn't fit one of the other lights, so I had to blue tack it in his hand, because that was the thing I did. But
stupid decision in hindsight, really, wasn't it?
Stupid decision, but a fucking cool figure nonetheless. Absolutely. You were badass. But bring this to a modern day standard with Black Series, and this would be
my god.
This would be one of the absolute massive shelf presents.
Jesus.
What a imagine. I can't even.
It's on screen in front of you, and you can't even.
And that's it. Like, I'm thinking of how girthy this thing will be in my hands, and that's a lot of 6 inches to handle. And then
we've got Darth Talon.
It's like,
pause. The internet didn't expect us to be rubbing the Monday over that particular figure when they first went on screen.
Exactly.
I see you behind that. I see you. Wash your filthy minds.
Darth Talon. It's like a Twi'lek Darth Maul. What's not to like about that? And again, in the comic pack with Cade Skywalker, and it was just, this is so cool. And why is Luke's son, whatever iteration down the family tree? How's he end up like this? How's he end up being an absolute bellend? Because he's a massive knob. And then he kind of like changed his ways a little bit, very, very slowly from what I remember. I love Star Wars. Is it Star Wars Legacy that the comics are from? I really, really found that whole time period dark, gritty, and you couldn't translate it into a film. You just couldn't, because it's nuts. It's nuts. But I love it.
It was like Knights of the Old Republic, but on steroids, wasn't
it?
With the amount of Sith that were kicking about. Like, Darth Krayt's just got this fucking army. Of all these different alien species. Like, I'm pretty sure you'd got, like, I forget the name of the species, but you'd got like Massa Meda as a Sith kicking about somewhere with all this, and they'd all got, and like you've got Darth Medieval with like all the red and black tattoos, and Darth Nil, and
it's like the Star Wars films were always had a little glimmer of hope in them. There's a little tint of hope in their eyes, like things can be better. But then you came to Star Wars Legacy, it's like, fuck off. It's all got to shit. This is how it all actually ends. It's miserable. And then Luke shows up, and then you're even like, well, even though Luke's here as a Force ghost, it's miserable. Oh, R2's here. It's still miserable, bless him. He's in the middle of this shitstorm, and it's just, oh man, I would love them to include this stuff in the publishing line. It's just the rule of cool, hands down.
Yeah,
hands down.
So when you pitched this one, my instant thought was, I love your idea about upscaling the comic packs into Black Series and bringing that to life. I'm here for that. But because this is a bit of a double-barreled pick, isn't it?
Yeah.
So my mind instantly went to the Last Command 4-pack.
Mm-hmm.
Format it the same way as that, because I think Crate and Talon packaged alongside these two,
oh yes,
would absolutely slap.
So yeah, just to build on that as well. So yeah, I would either do them as 2-packs or a big 4-pack. Either way, include a comic with them to just encapsulate it. Personally, I would do it as a made to order. And if you're going to do all 4 of them, go balls to the wall and include a big omnibus with the full series packaged with them. Made to order, one and done. That's it. Get your orders in. I'd fucking smash that, because I'd love to have a copy. Because to actually get copies of the book is just really difficult to get. So just to get it republished would be amazing. And then to get the figures on top of it would be just as awesome as well. So, I mean, Cade Skywalker kind of established him, bit of a knob, kind of comes around a little bit to be the hero. And he's just so far removed from what, as you can see, Luke is as a Jedi. I love his whole sort of attitude, and you can just smell the smoke off him. He's just there's something really slimy about him, but at the same time you think, there could be something good. There could be something good there, but no.
Because he kind of like, if I'm remembering the story correctly, he kind of like rejects his heritage a little bit, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And he's like, no, I'm Skywalker in name only. Like, I don't want anything to do with all that shit that came before. He's just like this, like, I'm pretty sure, isn't he like a smuggler / bounty hunter / just mercenary for hire? Like, he's just living his best life in the underworld of the Star Wars universe. Like, he's got Delilah Blue on his arm, like, kicking about. Like, he's just the complete. That's why I love the parallel of having these two next to each other, because they're just such a. It's one thing to have like a Jedi and a Sith next to one another, but to have a Jedi and just this piece of trash, it's just so
the smear on the Skywalker name.
Yeah, it's so cool.
Yeah, but again, to see Luke as a Force ghost, because we've obviously had, Qui-Gon, we've got Luke, Anakin, Yoda, Obi-Wan as Force ghosts. To see Luke as a Force ghost, that just ticks a box there, because obviously with Rise of Skywalker and things like that, it's.
Would you? So from a design and engineering perspective, would you? I'll say in quotation marks, would you canonize this one and have Luke as a Force ghost more in line with how he appears as an older gentleman? Or would you have Luke? Because it's weird, isn't it, that he appears as a younger guy, as a ghost in the Legacy comics.
So
when
this is the Skywalker curse of when you pass over, keep them youthful Lukes.
Well, it's a weird one, isn't it? Because at the time when Legacy was released, all the expanded universe stuff that came before it was still considered canon. So as far as I'm aware, Luke didn't die a young man in any of the pre-existing Legends stuff that came before Legacy. So I always found it weird that Luke appears as a Force ghost in this series as a younger man, because that implies that he died pretty young, and I don't think he does. So we've got it on, obviously the visualization and the concept that we've got on screen is soft goods robes, youthful looks.
I would say...
What would you do?
I would do it as it does appear in the comic, just because, again, it's so weird, it's so different. It creates that conversation like we're having, where someone sees it on shows like, why is Luke young as a Force ghost? And they're like, well, it's because of this comic book series. And it's like, well, that's really dumb. And it's like, no, but it is, okay. But, I'm trying to bullshit an excuse, and the only one that I had was the fact that obviously in Dark Empire, if they were counting that as canon, because Luke kind of goes rogue in that one, doesn't he? Undercover. So does the Force get? This is bullshit. This is me bullshitting. I even think this is dumb as I'm saying it. So yeah, come at me. But like, is the Force like, oh well, you pretended to be bad, so that in turn is also bad. So we're gonna have you look how you looked when you weren't bad.
Fucking hell, some Star Wars theory level
explanation
there, my friend.
I need to touch grass.
I get what you're saying. The minute he drops to the dark side is the minute that the Luke Skywalker we know actually dies.
Yeah. Even though he was doing it undercover, and it's still a bit morally grey. It's all fiction. This makes no sense, and I agree with that. So
a lot like quite a lot of the legend material that we're going to talk about. To be fair,
yeah,
so
these people that say, "Oh, make it canon," oh, it's like, have you actually sat down to question some of this stuff? Come on, now, people.
This is it. By all means, like I'm loving the fact that Lucasfilm are like pulling inspiration from it, but don't fully adapt what we've had as canon in current media, because it's not all great.
Some things work better as a comic book, and Star Wars Legacy definitely worked amazingly as a comic book, because it was very much a what if. If you want to feel miserable about the galaxy that you really love, that this is the book for you, because it is fucking miserable.
Well, on that note, I was going to talk about two different picks, but because of the conversation we've just had around Luke, I'm going to go with something else to start off my selections. So, in keeping with Luke Skywalker, we are going to tap into some of that controversial expanded universe material that is, it's Star Wars Marmite. You either love it or you absolutely despise it. But at the same time as the story itself might have been a little bit, people might have turned the nose up at it, this pick also takes massive shots at the not my Luke Skywalker crowd. So if you want to put a Grandmaster Jedi Luke Skywalker in the Black Series, do it this way, and pair him with a Yuuzhan Vong warrior. So yeah, the Yuuzhan Vong storyline is there's a pocket of fans and there's a pocket of detractors, and I understand both arguments, because I'm not overly familiar with the story. I know of it and I know the rough outline, but I've never really sat down and consumed the entire thing. This, and to be fair, a lot of these picks just fall into rule of cool for me, because that's what in essence the expanded universe and Legends is all about. From my perspective, it's just pure rule of cool, stupid, weird, obscenely like egregious character designs, and the Yuuzhan Vong falls so well into that. So we obviously, in the vintage collection a few years back, we got Nomino, who, if I'm not mistaken, is one of the leaders of the Yuuzhan Vong. But just throw a grunt out there. Just give us a regular old Yuuzhan Vong warrior. And yeah, I love it. I love it so much. It's so like the organic stuff that you touched on with Crate. Ah, man, I just think design wise, amazing stuff. And I'm so glad, just to throw it to the chat quickly, that Matt's brought this point up, because this is something that I really wanted to talk about with regards to this pick. So Matt says the Vong were great. Lucas wanted an enemy from outside the known galaxy. Of course they'd be mental AF. Yeah. and rightfully so. And you know what? This is what part of the inspiration for this pick was the Ahsoka series. So hear me out. So when we got mentions in Ahsoka of, well, Thrawn and Ezra have been taken off to a different galaxy, I'm pretty sure we sat and theorized about what that could possibly mean. And
yes, yeah,
I'm pretty sure I wasn't the only one to say it, but I loved the idea so much of some sort of existential threat to the known Star Wars galaxy coming in, and both Imperial and Rebels alike coming together and going, this shit is bigger than either of us. We need to get our heads together to defeat this mutual enemy. And I love that story so much. And I think that's what I love the most about the Vong. Like I said, I know a lot of people hate it because the Vong, from what I understand, they are planet conquerors. They come in and they just completely flatten Coruscant and just create this mangle of organic structures, and the cityscape that we know and love from the prequels just disappears and becomes this overgrowth of plant life, and it doesn't actually sound that bad when you talk about it like out loud.
Nah, fuck that. They killed Chewbacca. I can't accept that.
But I love it. I just love it that it's just this, like I said, this super egregious, super bizarre, completely removed from anything that casual Star Wars fans would associate with Star Wars itself. Like, this is Vecna meets Skeletor meets the Incredible Hulk meets every other horrible villain you've ever seen in any movie ever, and then you've got Luke Skywalker to combat it. And I just love the idea of doing it in action figure form, especially in Black Series with the level of detail and stuff that we've got.
To be honest, I think the Yuzang Von Warrior would make an amazing troop builder, because you could load it up with so many different weapons. And they do have really weird, nutty weapons like the whips, the like
big
bombs,
clubs.
the clubs. Yeah.
What's Luke holding in his hand? Because
it's a training remote.
I thought so. Remote. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, AI was another bugger to try and get to design this figure, because it kept putting the training remote the size of a football, and it didn't look right. So this one took some fine tuning to get right. But yeah, it's like I've always loved the idea of having all these additional accessories with our figures, like, and the reason that I've put there's quite an iconic piece of, I think is it Dave Dorman no, it's not Dave Dorman. There's an iconic image from this story arc of Luke sort of with his back turned but looking over his shoulder with a training remote in his hand. And I've always loved that image of Luke. It's like, several years after Return of the Jedi, it's Luke at peak Grandmaster levels, and he just looks so cool holding this training remote. And I kind of wanted to replicate that in action figure form to really hammer home the fact that this is taken from a comic book. And the accessory of the training remote with the little levitating effect to really create that was inspired by the hologram that we got with Commander Cody, and with the magic effect that we got with Merrin. I just think there's opportunity there for Hasbro to include more unique accessories with their figures. I love that we got like holocrons with Doc Ondar and Cal Kestis. I love that we're getting holograms with clone troopers and magic effects with other characters. And I want more unique accessories with my figures. I don't just want blasters and lightsabers. I want other stuff that provides a different display option on my shelf.
Just
because it's all well and good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's all well and good to have, lightsaber wielders and blasters in hand, but to have something a little bit more unique and less aggressive I'd love that. I'd love that. And I think this, because I'm going to pitch it as an action figure 2-pack. So I think this would just fall so well into that category, because the Vong doesn't come with a blaster. It comes with, like you said, the whip. And I just think it's just so, like I said, just so far removed from anything that we're used to seeing in Star Wars. Just this contrast of alien species, Jedi. I love it. I absolutely love it.
Sorry, boys. Fucking dog's trying to get in.
That's all right. I thought you were deep in thought there, James. I thought you'd got some thoughts to drop. I thought.
Well, I have the latest comment from Matt. Have you seen that one?
I have. Yeah, I was just about to bring it up because I haven't seen this, but I know for a fact you have. So talk us through it, mate. What's the crack?
There was supposedly an episode that he pitched years ago that was supposed to be like a Close Encounters meets X-Files episode where a scout craft would abduct somebody from the known galaxy to assess the abilities of the Galactic Republic and try and learn what Jedi were. I don't know why it never happened. I can only assume that it was just a bit too left field for what they were planning around the Clone Wars and what story they were building. But it would have been a nice little taste of something, potentially to come if ever they'd have followed through with that idea for Ahsoka or something of the like.
Yeah.
It's pretty close to, what you've got there, the sketch you did.
Oh, is it really? That's cool.
It's quite similar, yeah.
I like that.
It's not worth me finding it because I won't be able to show it properly, but I'll send it in the chat later.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to see that. Well, that gives me a little bit of hope that maybe we will see something a little bit more left field in future seasons of Ahsoka. Because I just love the idea of exploring a galaxy that's not.
I think they've been Disneyfied, if you'll pardon the term. And I've said before, I very much feel like that loosely this is what they based the Zepho off for the Jedi games.
Okay.
Yeah.
And there's concept art for Ahsoka Season 2 where Sabine and Ahsoka are fighting these big ancient robot things. And they used something similar in that one episode of The Bad Batch as well.
Yeah.
So it almost feels like they've made their own sort of amalgamation of the idea mixed with different designs.
Yeah. I'm fine with that. It doesn't have to be a literal adaptation of the Vong to put that threat across. I just love the story trope. I think just it's a really interesting idea, and I'm hoping that it comes to fruition in some form of media. But yeah, like I said, I think this just shuts up two crowds of people. You've got your expanded universe fans who love the Vong, get their 6-inch beast, and everyone who hated the sequels gets their own version of Luke Skywalker. I just think it meets many criteria. It's a good one to go with. I think it's another very safe option. I think personally. But yeah, James, let's circle back to you and one of your picks. I know this is going to be a learning experience once again. So, what sort of? In fact, let's keep it on brand. Let's keep it on theme with what we're currently.
I think I know where you're going here.
Yeah. So, when the slide decides to load, because we're going through these one by one. They speak for themselves, don't they?
Yeah. I like that we've got a version of Jaina Solo in the Black Series. I was always gutted they never followed it up with Jason, and that's not necessarily to say that I'm the biggest fan of the characters. I know very little about them other than who they are and the paths of which they take. But I think they're just really cool characters in design and philosophy, I suppose. And I suppose within the action figure realm, they're sort of this almost caked in myth and fucking legend themselves because they were only properly made once like this. And they go for a fucking shitload of money on the aftermarket these days. Like, these are Clone Wars Palpatine level figures from those last couple of Legacy Collection waves.
Yeah.
And the designs are great, the accessories are great, and they're always what people refer to whenever they come up in a Black Series conversation. So I think it's about time that they were made. And again, it's covering that publishing element. It's the line can stand on its own 2 feet if you give people the characters that they desire. And a lot of people talk about Jason Solo specifically, more so since we've had a new Bespin Luke, because the outfits are somewhat similar. And I'm not saying if these figures came out they'd have to be completely new. In fact, I can see, easy reuse in the legs and maybe the torso across different figures. I just think they'd be really cool to have, because you can't give us a Jason Solo now to go with the Jaina Solo we already got years ago, because they're just so many years apart, and therefore the quality difference is opposite ends of the scale. I think you need to bring them both out in a 2-pack. Just do a good job of it. Make them like this
to a modern standard. That's why she didn't make the cut for me, but I will still advocate for a brand new Mara Jade, because she obviously uses that Jaina Solo body that we got, and the articulation on both of those figures by 2026 standards is jank. So it'd be so cool to see them go back and revisit that one as well. But yeah, I'm just all for getting Jaina and Jason in their Jedi looks, because obviously the Jaina we got was the X-Wing pilot, wasn't it? Which is cool.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
I like it, but I just think this is more iconic in its own right. For me, what I think of are some of the novel covers that were done.
Yeah.
I can't think of any in particular, but I remember when I was at school, there was a couple knocking about, and I was like, what the bloody hell's this? This is a different kind of Star Wars. And I was quite young, so it was a complicated read to even attempt for me, because I just wanted to read it. I want that library book because it says Star Wars on it, But it's that somewhat nostalgic art style that all of those old Legends novels used to have.
They all look like paintings, don't they?
Yeah, very similar to the Drew Struzan posters, if you will. I know maybe he did some of them. He didn't just do movie posters, did he? He lent his work to other Star Wars items. So I don't know. I just like them and I want toys of them. It's one of them once again. But I know these are ones that are highly requested, and I also see them a lot, shouted about a lot in the vintage collection crowd.
And rightly so.
I'll have them first, can we?
No, hey, do you know what? I'll sit on the fence on that argument for these two characters, mate, because I missed out on Jaina and Jason in the Legacy Collection, and I would love, as little 3 3/4 inch stuff as I pick up these days, I would love another shot at those two figures. So repack them for all I care. I'm honestly not bothered.
Steve, that whole wave,
yeah,
just 100%. Repack them. But
Crook,
Crook.
Who else?
Phase 1 Dark Trooper.
Phase 1 Dark Trooper, Wing Nudge, Shakti, Force Unleashed.
Strangely, I don't know if it's that specific wave, but one of the last few, there is just a random R2-D2 figure. I don't know which version from what film, but that's fucking getting up there in price.
It's the Episode 4 one with the restraining bolt, I think, in it, and the lightning effect on the dome. Am I right in thinking that?
Maybe. I remember seeing the lightning, perhaps. So
I might be wrong.
It's mad. It's all mad.
Yeah. That, like I said, I think it's, to be fair, I think it's a reflection of how good those lines during 2007 to 2010 were. Because 30th anniversary, Legacy Collection, like I said, they served as inspiration for this stream. So, yeah, just any opportunity to either re-release, redo, or upscale any of those figures from those lines, I'm here for.
Two other little, just brief things I wanted to note is, back in the day, I was a raging lunatic when the Jaina Solo figure got announced, because it was part of one of the fan votes. And if I remember, I might be misremembering. I don't know if it was in the same vote as Captain Rex. It possibly could have been, and it could have beat him. And I was furious about that.
Yeah,
but I was more furious about the fact that during a time when the Black Series was so small and focused on films, that we were getting something so obscure and pointless, because even though people voted for it, I categorically said in several Facebook groups at the time, you will never get a Jason Solo figure. Why are you lending your vote to such a waste of time?
Preach.
And I still stand by that today.
Yeah.
But
yeah, no, it's fair.
Here is the chance to rectify such a mistake, a fumble, shall we say.
Yeah,
Although you could argue if that never happened, maybe we never would have seen this publishing stuff take off to an extent.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with what you're saying about the timing of that release. I think that was the first time. I think it was a bit of a double-edged sword for me, because I completely agree with your point, James, about it's not got anything else to interact with on the shelf. Because this was a time I felt the same about Revan, though, to be fair, because they were releasing these characters that just had no other characters to interact with, and it was like they came at a time where we were getting all the original trilogy and a sprinkle of prequel stuff, and then obviously the onslaught of sequel trilogy figures, or Force Awakens at the time figures, were coming out as well. And then just sprinkled in, you'd got a Revan and you'd got a Jaina Solo, and it was like, I don't know where.
Still bollocks. Sorry, fucking fan voted figure, and it comes out 6 months later. Kiss me ass. They already had that in the fucking pipeline.
But it just felt weird because they didn't have anything to interact with. But I think now I kind of forgive it a little bit more, because it's taken a few years to get there, but we're at a point now where the expanded universe is getting fleshed out in Black Series. So I'm more than happy that we've got that Jaina Solo figure in our collections. And if I just throw it back to the chat a second, because I'm really glad that Matt's brought up a point about this, is that Black Series Jaina Solo figure was pre-photo real, which it was. It didn't have the photoreal face printing tech, but I will still stand by the fact that despite not having the photoreal, in my opinion, mileage may vary, but hear me out, I think from a certain point of view, that is still one of the best Black Series head sculpts they've ever done, and I'll tell you why. Because it's not based on any character we've seen in animation, live action, and it's like Dash Rendar and Kyle Katarn. It's a character that's had so many different artistic interpretations at the time of its release as well. That must have been a really tricky sculpt to get right, and the fact that it literally looks like Han and Leia's kid. Like, there's such a great mix of Harrison Ford and Carrie Fisher in that head sculpt without the photoreal. And, with photoreal in today's, Black Series market, I think it'd look absolutely fire. But for its time, I think it's absolutely phenomenal. I think it's a great head sculpt. I'll die on that hill.
Was it on the stream that we did or not? But I swear I've heard Eric talk about how they spliced Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford for that sculpt. I swear I have.
I think it's been mentioned. It has been touched on, yeah.
But we've said before that some of the made up stuff from back in the early days, when you didn't have a live action actor for the animated character to go off like we do now, they were some of the best ones. Kanan, Sabine, albeit the paint issues that come out with. But they're good. Hera, the Rebels Hera, fucking great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think, like you said, by a 2026 standard, I think those sculpts for these two characters especially would just be absolutely unreal, because we've said it before, we'll say it again. Black Series are doing their best work at the minute.
Yeah. This will educate me more so as well, like with Shadows of the Empire, like releasing Kyle Katarn, I put the effort in and I went and did my homework because I want to know about these characters I'm putting on my shelf. I want to know where they fit. I want to know what characters I can surround them with. This one is pretty fucking obvious, but building the story, you know, it spurs me to go and do a bit of research and maybe read a book, which I'm fucking never good. I buy many books.
Yeah.
Very, very seldom have I read them.
Mate, I'm exactly the same. That's why so many of these expanded universe characters fall into rule of cool as opposed to actual affinity for them.
Comic, cause picture and little word.
Exactly. Yeah. Mate. But speaking of affinity, it may shock many people watching who know about my love of certain characters and certain games and certain eras of Star Wars. It may shock them to find out that the next pick is not mine, it's Dan's. And I am so here for this, mate.
Let's fucking have it. So, and this, you know what? This actually allows me to plug my latest video perfectly.
Absolutely, mate. Go for it.
I've just reviewed Mr. Kyle Katarn himself. We've just released. Now, this isn't this. This is Steve's Kyle Katarn. We'll put him to one side. Let's talk about my Kyle Katarn. My Kyle Katarn is on screen because my Kyle Katarn doesn't have force powers. He just has big fuck off guns and shoots people and asks questions later. So I really wanted to see a Power of the Force. Where is he? I really wanted to see a Power of the Force to Kyle Katarn in 6 inches, and that's what we've got just there. Because that's my version of him. It's him lugging around a bunch of guns. You know,
it's Kyle Katarn, mercenary for hire.
That's it. The only thing I would say is get rid of that bloody beard. Get that stubble shaved off. Come on, net. No, I get why, because that's his kind of iconic look. But in Dark Forces, of which this is based on, he didn't have his beard. He was a bit younger, a bit fresher, and I would just pack him the fuck out with accessories. All the different weapons they pick up in the game. The goggles, because he wears goggles when he does like a night vision, going into the sewers and stuff. I would include stuff like that. You know, very video game related stuff.
Yeah.
And I'd be happy because you'd have 2 different versions of Carl on your shelf.
I saw somebody piece a custom of this together online. I'm not sure what it was. It could have been
I know the
Crimson Dawn Collectibles.
The one with the Andor jacket.
The Cassian Andor jacket, yeah, and it didn't look half bad, to be fair.
It did look good.
I'm all for that. I might have to have a look into this myself and get some kit bashing going on.
I'm here for this pick purely because I want a bulkier Briar pistol, because goddamn do I love that Kyle Katarn figure, but that blaster is way too skinny.
That's one thing I forgot to mention in my review. See, hearing it from me as well, it's a bit too skinny because he's got a big old hand cannon.
Yeah,
I like it. I like how chunky it is, and this would just be so cool. And I would do this as a 2-pack and include the Dark Trooper Phase 3. Now, as you can see, there's a head there of Mr. Ron Mock. So it would be like kind of how they've done the Stranger, where I would probably have the neck post. Maybe not. Maybe just have it just an interchangeable head and have the neck, because you know he's going to be rubbered up there anyway, isn't he? So I'd just give people the option how they want to display it, because the Dark Trooper, the fight when you face off against the Dark Trooper, you poo your pants because he's so big. He's big and chunky. It's, you know, you've gone through all the different versions of the Dark Trooper. It can't be this possibly any bigger than that, and it is. He's huge. He's huge. He's got a big old gun. He's got a jetpack, and if you've seen the Legacy Collection one, that's a builder figure,
Oh God, yeah, I forgot
That
about
gives you an idea of what a tank that thing is, because that's nuts. Absolutely ridiculous. So this is a bit more of a toned down version of it, a bit more, I would say, realistic. But if you did want to go down the really beefy, chonky, ridiculous proportions route, I'm here for it. I just think this would be really cool. This would be a really cool multi-figure pack. You could really do something special with the packaging to make it Dark Forces, Special Operatives kind of vibe. It'd just be so cool.
Imagine if they did like diorama style packaging, like they did with and right, hear me out.
Bear with.
Yes.
I think I've got it.
Yes.
I think I've got it. Just bear with me. I've got to rifle through the ones that everything's falling off, but it's okay. This is worth it.
There we go.
You ready?
Oh,
ta-da!
Yes, and that's exactly what I was going to say. Have the little health meters and the ammo meters at the bottom of the box. First person shooter perspective. Oh,
yeah.
Yes.
Do that.
Absolutely.
Do it.
Oh man, that looks sick. God damn. I must admit, like I have less affinity for Dark Forces than I do for Dark Forces 2. But just Kyle's story arc in general, like I'm just here for anything.
Oh yeah. I'm the same, mate. I love his progression to being a Jedi Knight, but for me, this is my version of Kyle. Because when I got playing Dark Forces as soon as Mandalorian season 2 ended, I'm like, I want to revisit the Dark Troopers because I always found them really fascinating. And I played the game, and I've not completed it. I still haven't completed it, but I've seen gameplay playthroughs of people finishing it, and it's just so good. It's just so good. It's like it's a Doom port, but it doesn't matter. It's fine. It's a great game, and
it is.
Oh. I think I skipped the first one, if memory serves. I went straight on to Dark Forces 2.
Yeah,
when I did my playthrough, but I'll have to go back.
Yeah, I've never actually played it. I've watched playthroughs, but I've never actually sat down and actually played it. But it looks like so much fun.
It's so much fun, and also I think I would recommend you do a playthrough of it again because there's lots of stuff that deeply links into stuff like Andor visually, stuff like Andor, Rogue One. And you'd be like, oh, that's kind of similar to that. That's kind of similar to that. And it's just, it's just really good. It's just really good.
I think you see a lot of visual representation in The Mandalorian in that season 2 episode where they take out the remnant base on Navarro.
Yeah.
There's a particular level in one of the games at the start.
It's Artus Prime is it Artus Prime? It's Jedi Outcast. It's one of the first missions you do with Jan, isn't it?
Yeah. I remember messaging it at the time when I was playing it. I'm like, oh, Mandalorian vibes.
Yeah.
It's also that season 1 episode where he goes into the client and he takes Grogu. And it's all pitch black. And it's like the front cover of Dark Forces. They took so much inspiration from those games. It's incredible.
Yeah. I'm glad that it's getting like the love that it so rightly deserves. Be it like just pieces of inspiration, you know, again, like we said with the Vong, it doesn't have to be direct, you know, conversion from game to TV screen. It just has to be like just pulling that little bit of inspiration that, you know, shows those nods. I'm here for it. I'm so here for it. And
to be honest, I'm really surprised that we haven't had something like this. And also for other stuff for video games, because there's been such a resurgence for doing remasters, and this is one that got one. And the fact that there's nothing to coincide with, we got a little bit with Bounty Hunter a couple of years ago, didn't we, with the Jango Fett with the longer jetpack. But we've not had anything like this or like that since. I'd really love to see just a bit more of a little bit of a cross-platforming, cross-media in that's coincides with game releases.
Yeah, absolutely, definitely. That's something I really think they should take advantage of, because those remasters always seem to like fall under the radar. Doesn't matter what franchise they're from. Like you'll see something that says, "Oh, I'm not like," and as most people will know, tune into these streams, like I'm not a gamer anymore, but I used to be. Hence my absolute undying love for all things Jedi Knight and Dark Forces. But I picked up an issue of Retro Gamer when Dark Forces was getting remastered, just to read about it. And I'm like bypassing all the other articles about all the other stuff in there. But I'm like, that magazine spoke to me on a level that I can't remember where I was going. I just saw it in the airport, but the artwork on the front cover was the Dark Forces cover, and I was like, I need that. I don't even know what's inside that magazine, but I need it.
Yeah.
But those remasters just disappear under the radar, and they don't get talked about enough. And I don't think it's the same people that have done the official Dark Forces remaster, but I'm not sure how familiar you guys are with a company called Limited Run Games. But they used to put together really nice presentation box sets of not remastered games, but like versions of old games for the PC, for the PS1, that you could then play on a modern console. But they'd also include a retro version of the game as well. So I believe they did Star Wars Racer, and they released the N64 cartridge on a Episode 1 card. And they actually did box sets for Mysteries of the Sith, Dark Forces 2, but they were only available overseas, and I would absolutely love to have gotten one of those.
Pretty sure they did one for Dark Forces as well.
Yeah, they did, because they included like a little miniature die-cast moldy crow.
Yeah.
And oh my god, just some of the stuff that they put in there, like some of the like user manuals. It was all like unofficial, all fan made, but so top, like god tier quality.
I think they have something going on with Aspire Games, because Aspire have been remastering a lot of the video games. And when I go remastering, you can look into that for yourself, because they don't really do an amazing job.
They're
just a bit half-assed. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I agree. It's they do some really cool stuff though. And again, to see cross-media, cross sort of promotion.
Yeah.
Let's have that back. Let's have a bit of that back.
Absolutely. Well, on that note, because we are talking about Kyle Katarn and Jedi Knight and that era, because spoiler alert, it's going to pop up a lot on this stream. But with regards to my next pick, this is something that the first pick, at least, is something I really have hope for now, because with the release of certain figures in the Black Series over the last year or two, it genuinely feels like nothing is off the table. And going back to what I mentioned about when we touched on Guri and Liber from Shadows of the Empire, I love the idea of having characters on my shelf that interact, that tell a story. And so because we have Mr. Kyle Katarn himself in the Black Series, I think it's only right that we get someone for him to have a fight with.
Yeah.
So I'm making a case for Dino Boy himself, Mr. Desan, and then we obviously have, as you alluded to earlier, Dan, foreshadowing, pre-Cyborg Grievous. So again, just talking about that love that I've got for Jedi Outcast, I think it'd be amazing to have Desan in the line. I really wanted to pick Jarek, because my undying love and devotion is to Dark Forces 2. That's my jam. But rule of cool, and
it's
what
a
would
fucking dinosaur.
Exactly. what would make the better figure? And I had to give it to Desan, because as cool as Jarek is, and if you want to check him out, I did do a visualization and a mock-up of him. He's part of my What If Black Series Most Wanted scenario. If you want to head over to my Instagram and check that out. But yeah, I just think Desan, and especially with this iteration of Kyle that we got in Black Series, I just think they'd pair better together. But yeah, again, just from a design point of view, like the sculpted detail that's going to go into this really ornate costume would just look fire in the Black Series line as it is now, with the standards that they've been setting. And like James said, it's a fucking dinosaur with a lightsaber.
I love it, mate.
I can't say anything more than that, and it's just purely for that fact. I want to have that scene displayed on my shelf of Kyle Katarn. You're the legendary Jedi who who defeated Jericho. You look like nothing more than a panther herder. Well, you look like a overgrown Kowakian monkey lizard, so looks don't count for much. I just love the banter in that game. It's unparalleled. It's so good. So yeah, Jedi Outcast love. Get it on the shelf. I could sit here and make a case for this figure all night, but I'm not going to, because it, coming from me, it speaks for itself.
I have one question. Are you going to give him an articulated jaw?
Hell yeah! Yeah! If you can do it for Akbar, you can do it for Desan.
You can do it for a Gamorrean. It's
absolutely. It's got to happen. So yeah, I love it. I love it. And what's really cool about this as well is that we've already got other figures in the Black Series that it can interact with, because we've got Jedi Luke, and he plays a pivotal role in Jedi Outcast as well. So just, you could bring all that together. Just give Dark Forces 2, Jedi Outcast, Jedi Academy, Dark Forces. Just give it all the flowers, because it deserves them. It's such an underrepresented part of Star Wars media that just doesn't get enough love. So yeah, like I said, I could sit here all night and gush, but coming from me, it speaks for itself. So the other character that I've chosen is like Dan mentioned earlier, pre-Cyborg Grievous, which was an absolute incredible figure released as part of the 30th anniversary collection. So upscale that with 2026 articulation, go balls to the wall again with this one and give him the removable mask, or better yet, interchangeable heads, like Dan touched on with the Dark Trooper. I just think there's a lot of potential there to create, again, as we've touched on with some of these other picks, a talking piece, a conversation piece in the collection. Because you're going to walk past that on a display and go, who the hell's that? That's General Grievous. I thought he had 4 arms and 4 lightsabers. Well, he does now. This is what he looked like. This is what he looked like before, and it's just, I love it. It's just, again, such a cool alien design, and yeah, just again, like the Vong, just quite removed from what we know about certain Star Wars characters and media. I think it's cool. It's so cool. I can't really say much more than that, to be fair. These two, I just feel like they speak for themselves, really.
Sometimes, mate, less is more. I mean,
this is it. I could have just put these on screen and gone, there you go, Hasbro, make those. Because, I mean, even with the AI render, they came out pretty damn close to perfect.
Yeah.
I just want Desan. I mean, when I was playing the game, I turned to Laura and I was like, oh, look, he's a fucking dinosaur. It's so good.
Yeah.
I don't even like Jurassic Park that much, but he's a dinosaur.
Yeah.
It's cool, man. Well, find me something else that fucking ludicrous that works in Star Wars.
If Barney the dinosaur became a Sith Lord.
Do you know what I always loved about him as well is the idea of, because obviously Luke alludes to the fact that Desan used to be a Jedi pupil at Luke's academy.
Yeah.
And I loved it, but he got a bit like too arrogant and used to get a bit overindulgent with some of the other students. And I just love this idea of purple dinosaur in Jedi robes. Like that.
Yeah.
I just love it, man. It's just such a cool design. And like I said, with that premium Black Series paint application and detail that we've been getting in recent months, like I think they could work absolute magic with both of these figures, to be fair.
Yeah.
I know I'm spending a lot of time harping on about Disan, but pre-sideboard Grievous, man, like imagine the detail and the paint apps on that, like the depth I think we'd get out of that figure would just it'd set the shelf off.
It's the overlays, I think, on that one that would be really interesting to see.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's like the mixed media and stuff as well. Like I love this idea of, like, I know the image that we've got up on screen depicts him with a plastic cape, but open to interpretation on that front. Soft goods, I think a mixture would work so well. You know, maybe a soft goods skirt and a thicker soft goods cape, and then plastic overlays, like you said, Dan, for some of the other costume elements. I think it just looks so good. It would look so good. So, yeah. I'm going to bring it back to you, James, because
I think I know where you're going with this one now.
Yes. Like I said, we're going to touch on this era quite a bit.
Yeah.
And this is one that, when you pitched it, I was like, this is why the man's the GOAT, because he's like, oh my God. I just think I can't, like, we've got a visualization of what this would look like as a Black Series figure, but I still can't comprehend the ridiculousness of it, despite seeing what it would possibly and feasibly look like. Mate.
Oh, mate. What's not to love? And may I say, one of the hardest boss battles in that game.
God, I hate it. I absolutely. If it wasn't for the fact that they look so cool as figures, I'd be like, throw them in the bin, because them two.
Gork and Pick. I mean,
Jesus Christ.
Just, I mean, I love how they're referred to as the twins, and then you don't. But when you see them, you're like, oh right, okay.
Yeah.
I just love it. It's so ludicrous because big lads coming at you, all slow and heavy, and you're like, oh, I can run away from this motherfucker, and he's just pinging off every surface, jumping at you. Am I right in saying he stops you and he force grips you towards you? And
yeah, he's got invisibility.
It's a nightmare.
He disappears. Oddly, Gork is the easiest one to defeat because he's that plodding. You just have to zap him a few times because it takes him about half an hour to lift his lightsaber.
Yeah, to do a full swing. Yeah,
which I love. If you do a bit of like deep diving into this pairing, like I love that it's called a lightsaber club, and the fact that the render that we've got on screen doesn't nearly do enough justice to the fucking girth and length of his lightsaber, man. Holy shit! It's like Bale & Skull's Black Series lightsaber, but fucking bigger. It's mad.
I just love it. It's so ludicrous, but the concept is what I sort of fell in love with playing Dark Forces too. That the idea of all these different Sith acolytes that exist. These what name do they give them? It's gone from my head.
It's the 7 Dark Jedi.
That's it. It's just it doesn't work. It goes against everything that George set up as a rule. Yeah. But I don't give a fuck because it's just so crazy and it's really cool. I just like it. It's like, here's the Avengers if they were evil and we're in Star Wars. Yep. Fight them. And they're also batshit crazy.
Oh, yeah.
But
we can sit here and talk all day about Bok.
Oh, mate. I want them all. I just want them all.
I know.
We should. There are people watching this right now going, who the fuck are them?
Yeah. But that's what I want.
Yeah. I want these to become more mainstream. because my life is now better for fucking knowing about them.
Hell yeah. I'm here for it, mate. I'm here for it.
I may as well just run over.
The fact that he's a Gamorrean as well.
I know.
What?
If that's not,
Is he?
yeah,
Is he? Yeah. He's actually apparently a Gamorrean.
yeah.
It's
kind of up there with Wookiee Jedi.
Wow.
It's like one of them species that you would want to see in a particular design.
I can't believe I can't believe being the fan of Jedi Outcast that you are that you don't know the story that came before it, mate.
Mate, get yourself onto Steam and it's like £6. You can just fucking play it. It's so good.
I'm gonna buy it and play it again later because I love it so much.
I can see the level now because it's such a shit setup as well. It's just this big square in the middle of the square.
Yeah.
All video games from that time period, really.
It's like that. You're in that hangar, aren't you?
That's it.
Trying to get off the Imperial complex on Sulon, and it's like you're just on this elevated crate that like doesn't go anywhere, or there's literally no escape from it because none of the doors open. It's like I can't get away from this fucking guy.
I just kept running back and forth, getting on that crate, jumping onto the little sort of alcove that you start the mission out in. And then as they climb up the ladder to it, you can just fucking leather them a few times and then do a couple of laps. Because if they get hold of you, that's it. It's game over. You're fucked.
Yeah.
It's mad, but it's so cool. And it's what we've said before, weird Star Wars is the best Star Wars.
100%, man.
And it's really funny because at a job I used to work, there used to be this fabrication company and it was like some cowboy shit, like real fucking redneck city guys that had come in. These characters remind me of those because one was massive and like huge and fat and he used to carry everything, and the boss was this tiny, scrawny Gollum looking motherfucker.
A bit like Harry and Marv.
Pretty much, yeah. Well,
with extra muscle.
Exaggerated much more, I mean. Mate. And when I was playing the game, I'm like, it's them fucking idiots that we just hated to see walk on site. Oh, we've made this for you.
Well, if we've done nothing else this stream, we've made a case for if Go can pick a brought to life in live action, then pick definitely has to be played by Joe Pesci.
Oh, mate, I would go Danny DeVito.
What the fuck are you doing, huh?
If I had a choice. Oh, dude.
My God.
They're great. I may as well touch on Maris Brood as well since she's on the screen. Again, another video game, Force Unleashed, a more well-known video game, should we argue. And another fucking cool figure from the 30th anniversary collection. Ignore the lightsabers because the AI couldn't fucking do them properly.
Yeah.
We want the Tonfa red lightsabers because they're really obscure and I don't think they've been used on anyone else, and I like them a lot. A cool character though, short-lived, albeit, but interesting to say the least. You know, we see this Jedi Padawan struggling with the path, and it's almost an echo of Starkiller in a way. So it's quite an interesting encounter along that journey, and considering we don't have many Force Unleashed characters per se, I feel like it does a good job of going with what we've got whilst being obscure and interesting at the same time because it's an alien character. Ron Kota is a popular choice, but we've covered that one to death. So I thought I'd choose something different this time.
Yeah.
And
it should be noted though that we did come up with a visualization for Ram Kota. So I think one of the things that we'll do post stream
is confuse people more.
Yeah, I think we need to. I'll send some of the images to you guys, Dan and James, and you can post some of your picks that didn't make the cut, and I'll do the same, and we'll get those shared on socials.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
Oh yeah, I'm up for that.
So that you can see some of the stuff that we came up with but didn't ultimately go with. I think
I suppose the main goal for me with my picks, as with most wishlist streams we do really, is I want to flesh out the small areas of which the Black Series has either only just decided to touch or only touched on briefly. So I don't think, we've had Starkiller for what, 2 years, 3 years? I don't necessarily count any of the troopers as being suitable companion figures.
No, that Stormtrooper commander needs an update.
I was going to say outdated to fuck, get that on the new body. But characters like Maris Brood, the different Jedi, the different Force wielders that you go after in that first game, I think they're just as obscure as the 7 Dark Jedi in their own way, and they'd make for cracking figures.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll buy one.
Oh, I would.
Well, we know why you buy it.
Why? Why?
Goth girly.
Oh yeah. Do like the goth girlies.
No, I think it's another one of those as well where like we've only had one stab at an action figure of her. And that 30th anniversary collection figure was good, but by the standards of that time, because like 30th anniversary was cracking out some banging figures, super articulated, really, really good. And that figure was such a hodgepodge because if I'm remembering it right, she didn't feature knee articulation.
No.
So she
had ankle articulation, which made no sense.
Yeah. It was such a weird one. So like, I think, just to not even upscale, but just to bring some of those action figures that were so close to being great, but didn't quite hit the mark, and put them in the line that is absolute king at the minute would just be, again, as the cool kids say, peak. Hasbro would cook with this figure.
That's chopped.
These are top tier picks, no cap. Dan, like if nothing else, we're getting an education during this stream because when you pitched this one, I was like, who, what, and why?
Oh yeah.
So indulge me, mate. What's the backstory with this one? Because I'm clueless.
I will indulge you. I'm assuming you're talking about the Dark Trooper.
What's one of them?
Nah. Well, I think the one that you're referring to is my blue boy in Mandalorian armor. And yes, Collect Cove 93, you are correct. This can double up as 2 characters in one. So it gives you a reason to buy 2, which Hasbro loves making us do. That rhymes. So,
like poetry.
What I would do is you can have an interchangeable head. You can put the Jodo cast helmet on the body, or you can have Thrawn's head for a deep cut in Star Wars. So essentially, I'm not fully familiar with the complete ins and outs and what media it was actually in, but essentially, Grand Admiral Thrawn, as a way to help Vader, and I think it fits into Shadows of the Empire as well, infiltrate Black Sun, he disguises himself as Jodo Cast. So he's the dude playing the other dude. Because if you didn't know, Jodo Cast is basically a Boba Fett cosplayer, and Yeah. And I just think it would be really cool.
I think it's mad in a day and age of repaints being easy ways for Hasbro to print money that we haven't had JodoCast yet as an
Yeah.
exclusive somewhere.
100%.
Like, with the amount of Boba Fett's that we've had.
It would be so easy for them to do. And to include the Thrawn head, just to be a curveball for those who will know, would be awesome. Yeah. And that's why I want this on my Thrawn shelf, and I want a standard JodoCast somewhere else in my collection. Because it's just so weird. It's just odd. And I love the artwork imagery that I've seen of it, because there's a picture of obviously Thrawn gearing up with Vader kind of stood there. Like, oh, this is such a grand master plan. It's just a bit daft. It's a bit weird, and it's a bit quirky, and I'm all here for it. So,
mate, that's Star Wars Legends in a nutshell, isn't it? Really,
that's it. And also to get a really accurate JodoCast would be cool, because a lot of them that we've had haven't been. They've been good, but they've been very much Boba Fett repaint rather than just a little bit of a retool on the belt. Because I think the belt's a bit different.
Yeah,
but no, I would really like to see this. I don't think it's too far from, obviously without the Thrawn head, but if you did want to be a bit cheeky there, Hasbro, that one's for free for you, because you can easily do that.
So I'll put this question to you again, mate. So what would you do? Would you, again, quotation marks, canonize it and give him the Lars Mikkelsen likeness, or would you tap back into the sort of live action rendition of the animated model that we got earlier on in the Black series?
You know what? I would do it as not the Lars Mikkelsen one. I would do it as the kind of what we got for like Last Jedi, but obviously with the better paint apps.
Yeah.
What I would say as well is, if they did really want to push the boat out, maybe give them a different expression. I don't know, just to add a bit of spice. If they really wanted to add a bit of spice, but honestly, just to include any kind of Thrawn head with it would just make me laugh. And also, fucking Mike Wazowski, do the packaging and just have it hidden. Just somewhere in one of the corners, and then you open it. It's like, why have I got a Thrawn head? Just to really throw off the casuals and be like, it's like, yeah. So yeah, Thrawn in JodoCast armor. I want it. I need it. It's a weird one. And then obviously I've kind of alluded to this earlier. The Thrawn in my side, which was the Phase 1 or Phase 0 Dark Trooper Legacy Collection. Pre-ordered it through Forbidden Planet. Stake number 1. I was sat there like a little Dan, little teenage Dan. Oh my god, I can't wait to get this Phase 0 Dark Trooper. It looks awesome. I waited patiently. It's still up for pre-order, and loads of people are getting it. I'm like, well, where's mine? Where's mine, eh? Forbidden Planet, where's mine? It's coming. Is it? There's no shipping details yet. Come on now. So I waited. Whole few months. I swear I must have waited a whole year, and I emailed again. Oh yeah, we didn't get it. What? Why you put it up for pre-order then? What have you done with my figgy? What have you done with my figgy? What have you done with my feast for the planet? Because now I have to pay stupid amount of money to get this one in 3 3/4 inch. So I'm not doing that.
Do you remember when we found it in List of Vintage Toys?
I remember all the times I found it.
And it
List of Vintage.
And it was 60 quid. And in hindsight and retrospect, that wasn't a bad price.
Yeah.
It's on again.
And then there was one, I'm pretty sure, at Birmingham Comic Con, and it was 100.
Oh.
And they were just, I just can't catch a break. I can't catch a break. So Hasbro, please, if anything, please just do all the original Dark Troopers in a big Black Series pack, and I'd buy it. I would buy that. Just all the phases. I'd buy them all.
Yeah. And while we're at it, while we're talking about revisiting 30th anniversary and legacy, I'd stick it in an Evolutions pack for the vibe.
Stick it in an Evolutions pack. Yes!
For the nostalgia.
Oh, baby. Oh, yes. Just have to have all three of them together. Because, to be honest, the pitch that we've got, AI couldn't quite make this as spindly as it should be.
Yeah,
he is looking a little bit Robocopified. So yeah, he should be a lot skinnier and a lot more nimbler than what he's pitched there. But it's a pretty good demonstration because he does have the shield, he does have the little vibro blade. When you encounter this boy in Dark Forces, you're like, oh fuck, what's this doing here? And he starts fucking, and I pooed my pants when I was fighting him because you open the door, you set up charges, and he opens the door, and he's just stood there, and then you just hear this clanging sounds. It's walking towards you, and I'm pretty sure first time he one killed me, and then I tried it again, and I pooed myself even more because you can just hear this clanging walking towards you, and you're trying to navigate to try and shoot him, but he's there following you, and it's just really scary. And yeah, first time you encounter the phase 1 Dark Trooper, it's just a scary boy, and I like him because he's nimble, and I would like to have this as a figure. And if you could put it in a free pack, please, Hasbro. And also Forbidden Planet, send my figure out, please.
Nearly 20 years later, but
still waiting on it.
Oh my god. It's 17 years since this figure was made in Legacy Collection. How is that nearly 2 decades ago? I've just had that realization, and oh my god.
I didn't need that today, mate.
No, that's just ruined my Friday. Fucking hell. Oh my god.
My Friday was ruined way long ago, mate.
Start waiting for his pre-order. Well, before we ruin our Friday any further, and you wet yourself playing against this character in the video game, so let's make sure we don't wet ourselves during this stream. We're going to take a 5-minute break if that's okay.
Oh, what a nice segue.
I'm getting good at this, you see. Like, Scott Mills will be ringing me up tomorrow. Like, we need you to come in and fill in on Radio 2 for a bit. Can you sort it out? Yeah, we're going to take a 5-minute break because I need a brew and some paracetamol because it's late and I'm old, as we've just established by the fact that 2009 was 17 years ago. Oh. So let's throw it to a break. We'll be back in roughly 5 with some more expanded universe picks.
Oh yeah.
We're back from our midlife crisis and our realization that we are mere mortal. Let's get back into it with some more picks. I'm going to throw it to my next one, if that's all right, gents, because mine's. I'm noticing a pattern emerging, actually, to be honest, because we're either talking about Dark Forces and Jedi Knight and that sort of realm, or we're talking about the 30th anniversary collection and the Legacy collection, and funnily enough, both of my picks fall back into that category as well. So my next pick is a little bit different as it relates to the expanded universe, because one is Legends and one is not really Legends, but not really canon either. It's a weird one that doesn't really have a home. So, little bit of story time. As we covered on a recent live stream, myself, James, and Dan all ventured off to a little event called Festival of the Force a couple of months ago. And while I was there, I wasn't on the hunt for much. I was just looking for gap fillers in the Black Series collection. And a set that I actually completely forgot existed and that I hadn't added to the collection was the Darth Vader and Obi-Wan Kenobi Macquarie Concept Series 2-pack, which is the first and only time that Hasbro have touched on the Macquarie Concept figures in Black Series. They did an entire line of them back in 2007 for the 30th anniversary collection, and I absolutely loved it. I've got fond memories of, because it felt like its own subline, and I've got really, really fond memories of trying to track down every single one of those concept art figures. And you'd got really difficult ones to find, like Boba Fett and the Stormtrooper, which were like hen's teeth. And then you'd got others that warmed pegs, like because we had Starkiller and we had Starkiller Hero, which was the concept design, which would ultimately become Princess Leia. And I remember her peg warming like mad back in the day. Same goes for Chewie
as well.
Yeah. But Luke Starkiller, as he was known in his infancy, was, if I'm not mistaken, a Celebration Europe exclusive at the time. And somehow, some way, certain exclusives used to make their way into Toys R Us stores. And I remember finding this in Toys R Us. And it was back in that golden age where certain figures, you know, if they were exclusive or if they were a little bit special, they'd be released in a blister case, in a protective, you know, and that was how you knew you had something special in your hands. And yeah, I just want to see that line continued in Black Series, because it feels weird, like you were saying earlier, James, about having a Jaina Solo or a Darth Revan released at a time where not many other characters from those respective pieces of media were available. It feels weird having Vader and Obi-Wan on my shelf as the only two Macquarie concept designs on that display. So going back to what you said about fleshing it out and releasing other characters for other figures to interact with, I also find it quite bizarre that Vader was released with Obi-Wan and not Luke, to be honest, because I don't believe, if I'm not mistaken, there is a piece of Macquarie artwork of Vader and Obi-Wan dueling it out. The artwork is the iconic artwork, as you can see on screen, is that Vader and Luke confrontation. So I always found it a little bit weird and perplexing that Vader was released with Obi-Wan anyway. So again, another opportunity to right a fumble, not a wrong, but a fumble, is to release Starkiller, Luke Starkiller, in the Black Series line. And again, just to that modern 2026 standard, super articulated, use of overlays on the torso, you know, removable excuse me, removable mask, getting excited just thinking about it, removable mask, backpack, all that good stuff. I think this would look Starkiller in the box.
Oh.
See what I did there. And then the other guy is XR Kun, who falls into that category of Spenny Boy on the aftermarket, because he was released back in 2010, if I'm not mistaken, as a comic pack, once again, with Ulick Qel-Droma. And that comic pack, I vividly remember my naivete at the time, because I was a troop builder back in the day, and I was obsessed with just building my clone trooper army. That's all I wanted to do. Weird and wonderful characters were by the by for me. I was all about those clone trooper repaints. And so when Ulick Qel-Droma and XR Kun were released as a comic action figure 2-pack, did I pick it up? No, because I'd much rather have 2 repainted 212th Attack Battalion clone troopers, which equally is expensive on the aftermarket, but why did I sleep on them? Because they were so good, such good figures. And like I said, they just fetch such a hefty premium on the aftermarket now, and it's one of my biggest collecting regrets that I had it in my hand and I put it back. Idiot. Absolute idiot. So to right my fumble, Hasbro, please make XR Kun, because for those who don't know, XR Kun is he's a Sith Lord from what would now be considered the Knights of the Old Republic era. Maybe even predates that. If I'm, I'm probably completely butchering the history lesson for you with this one, because he's another one of those ruler cool characters. I've just got vivid memories of flipping through the Essential Guide to Characters book back in the 90s and seeing XR Kun on the page. And at the time, I'm talking about, pre-Phantom Menace, this was the first character to ever use a double-bladed lightsaber. And so to see that image on the page of a book was like, whoa, that's fucking cool. But yeah, he's from thousands of years before the events of Episode 4. He's, an ancient Sith. And I'm just all about that. Like Dan was talking about earlier, and like James mentioned, the weird Star Wars is the best Star Wars, and you don't get weirder than those prequel and Knights of the Old Republic characters that predated the original trilogy by thousands and thousands of years. I just love that and tapping back into it. And I'm not entirely sure whether or not XR Kun has been made canon since, or whether he's been integrated into any other stories involving the Knights of the Old Republic era. But just as an action figure on the shelf, you want to talk about shelf presence, and you want to talk about just superb sculpted detail. I don't think they come much better than XR Kun, because he just looks so regal, almost like the complete opposite of what you'd expect a Sith to be, because he's very well put together, very well dressed. He's not, the dark and ominous, black hood, and, this is more in line with your Malaks and your Revans in the very regal and ornate decoration. And yeah, I just think we need to pay some action figure love to the first character to ever wield a double-bladed lightsaber. I think that's something that gets swept under the carpet and slips under the radar so much now that we've been accustomed to Darth Maul and Bastilla and Satele Shan and all those other characters that we've since seen using double-bladed lightsabers. I think this would be a really cool little trip down memory lane for those OG EUers, if that makes any sense. But yeah, I just, like I said, the majority of this stream was heavily inspired by 30th Anniversary and Legacy Collection, because they're just such peak lines. And I think just to bring some of that inspiration into Black Series would be an absolute treat.
Yeah. Can I interrupt for a moment with a little bit of breaking news?
Oh.
Absolutely, mate.
For those of you that are excited about Yak Face's exclusive reveal,
you don't sound too excited, mate.
You can stand the fucking troops down. It's a holiday figure.
Oh my god, what is this shite?
It's a fucking stormtrooper with blast thing, little fucking shots on him. and it's wearing a t-shirt that says "Squad Goals, pew pew pew." Fucking slop.
Guys, we're cooked. Swipe to see the picture at the back of the packaging as well.
Oh my
Jesus.
God.
Includes target practice.
Suck my tiddler.
Oh Jesus.
Oof. Well,
Star Wars Day. Fuck. Oh, Hasbro.
come on now. You were on a roll. You were doing so well.
We're on the verge of greatness.
Ah,
Embrace the. Hold on, let's read the bio. Embrace the lighter side of the Force with limited edition figures from the Black Series. May the Force be with you.
oh, that doesn't fill me with confidence. Not figures. Plural.
Open
There's
the
more of them
comments. Open the comments.
Oh, man.
The gifts are worth it alone.
I love it when someone uses the Blink 182 gif. That's my favourite.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, it says he says further down his post, if my additional findings are correct, Target will receive an exclusive droid and fan channel retailers will share some other character. Get where you belong, in the bin.
Why?
Oh dear.
I think I've come up with the quote to emphasize how we're all feeling. No.
Hold on. They've made a T-shirt for a stormtrooper. They've printed. They've made a T-shirt for a stormtrooper and put printing on it.
Yeah. They have.
What? They couldn't do printing on General Grievous, but they can do it on a fucking stormtrooper. Oh, come on, Hasbro.
I think it's more of an insult that they couldn't print that detailing on the Chancellor Palpatine figure in the 2-pack. But they've put it on there.
That's well. I mean, we could list off. We could sit here listing off all the things they could have. You should have done.
Bloody hellfire. That's.
I didn't think it could get worse than a fucking pink Ewok.
I'm happy for those that want it.
I'm not.
Chat, who wants it?
Oh God, that just sounds like you're trying to start a fight, Dan. Chat, who wants it? Come on, let's have it. Who wants it?
Own up. Who wants it? Who requested this?
I think Hasbro used AI too, just in the wrong fucking way.
Yeah. Out of all the things they could do to celebrate Star Wars on Star Wars Day, they do a stormtrooper with a T-shirt and a piece of paper that's got target practice on.
Well, do you know what? I'll take it because it's making everything that we've come up with on this stream look fucking amazing.
I suppose there is one positive. The T-shirt can naturally be taken off, and you're just going to have the new Stormtrooper figure, albeit a remake of the one from the old Amazon exclusive 4-pack that's got those blast points on it.
No,
Same for the deluxe release at Entertainer.
I'll just take the remnant Stormtroopers that are part of that very, very good Mandalorian wave.
Oh, it's funny you should mention that, Steve. More to come. Stay tuned till the end of the video, folks. Absolutely. If we're still awake.
Yeah. Might not be after that reveal. Bloody hell.
Well,
yeah, those.
I'm not rubbing my Monday over that. Fucking hell.
Hey, if you did, it comes with a rag to clean the mess up, Dan.
Shame it wasn't there for the best part of the person that came up with it. I'm sorry, that was really harsh. But, I'm sorry. That's just not very good. It's not for me. It's not for me. I don't like it. If you, do you know what? If I see it discounted, then I'll get it and I'll take the T-shirt off, and it'll be a Stormtrooper.
Oh dear!
I'm not that desperate. I'm good.
No. No, I think I'm all right.
Anyhow, let's get back to.
Can we move swiftly on? Yeah, because
Let's
that's
get
just
to some
Yeah.
good stuff.
Toys, good ones, thank you.
Absolutely. Even though they're not physical, tangible products. I think that's in reference to my point I made about whether or not XR Kun had been made canon or brought into other stories at some point. Apparently, in the Clone Wars game, Anakin meets his spirit on Renvar.
Love to know what Clone Wars game you're on about.
I know, yeah. I'm just thinking that. Not XR Kun. Sorry, I'm not reading the chat correctly. Ulick Keldroma was in the Clone Wars PS2 game. I don't remember that. Oh, the original Clone Wars game that predates that. Right, okay, now we're talking.
That piece of shit.
I've never played it. I have never played it.
If it's the one I'm thinking of, it's mostly just like you're pretending to be Mace Windu, but you're always in a vehicle.
Is it,
yeah,
is it the
basically
one with the Battle of Geonosis as the cover art?
That's the one I've got in my head.
Never played it in my life.
There is actually a Game Boy Advanced version of that game, infinitely superior. You actually play as Anakin for the majority of it, going around planets. You actually fight Ventress in one of the levels.
Okay, cool.
Good game.
I'll have to have a look into that then. When everyone's talking about a game where you are predominantly using vehicles, my mind instantly went to Demolition. But
what a game! What a game!
I do not know this game.
I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Dan's pitched for one of the characters.
Bombardier, the big
on Game
driver.
Oh, I know what you're on about now. Yeah.
Because my head canon's that's Jack Black. That's my head canon.
It's in it literally just like Star Wars banger racing, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man.
Twisted Metal Star Wars.
I'm making a case for XR Kun because we need a bit more love for the ancient side of Star Wars.
Yeah.
That's not KOTOR. Because I'm not against it by any means, but I just like my knowledge is much greater on this sort of era of ancient Star Wars than it is on KOTOR.
To be honest, it does fall into the sort of KOTOR realms for me, so I'm all for it because it's like what comes before, and you get little references to them in the KOTOR. Come on, Nashaga Gagwa. What's his name? Nashada Gagwa. Nagasade Sagredo.
Yeah, it looks like some
pharaoh.
Yeah, it's mad. I nearly picked him, to be fair, because I saw I have no connection to the character whatsoever, but saw the character design and was just like, that'd look insane as a figure.
That's
someone needs to make that. Looks like it belongs in Moon Knight and not Star Wars. It's mental, crazy. But more Macquarie concept figures in Black Series. That's a subline they should tap into. For the holidays, release a one-off figure. The release of what, all right. Macquarie concept designs don't have any significance to any holiday, but it'd be so much cooler to just get a figure that was a one-off and felt special for May the 4th or for Christmas or around Easter. Just a one-off single release, not part of any wave, just one exclusive. There was just something completely left field or unique or niche.
100%.
Instead of this absolute tat that we're getting for the holiday edition stuff. I'm sorry, it's that.
And if the argument is that it needs to be repaints, and they just want to do it, see my fucking. This is going off on a fucking tangent. Fuck me. My stance on these holiday shit bag fucking exclusives is people always used to moan, specifically in the US, back when we had like the Red and Box line, and they used to do store exclusives. So, as an example, Rogue One Tank Trooper, there were different Shore Troopers at different stores, that bollocks. And these stores naturally want so many exclusives every year. So this is Hasbro's way of just going, don't lose any sleep over it if you can't find this in shops, because we know what distribution's like. We know what these US corporate fucking shops are like for stocking the shelves. Yeah, fair fucking play, right? Just give them any exclusive. Give them a different coloured fucking clone. Just a regular stormtrooper. Put a pauldron on it. A different weapon. Something just fucking less desirable, but equally more important.
Yeah.
Something that actually fits in with your collection and doesn't stand out like a pink sore thumb. But anyway, we digress. What I'm loving about tonight's stream, though, is that somehow, some way, where we're getting like really good segues into picks. It's almost like the chat know what's coming next. So let's reinvigorate James's passion, because I can feel him, like his energy levels after that holiday reveal are dipping. I can see it. So let's bring it back, and let's bring it back to some OG Clone Wars goodness. And I'm here for both of these picks, mate, because like we alluded to at the start of the stream, expanded universe, legends, it applies to Genndy Tartakovsky, and it applies to Dark Horse Comics. So
this makes me happy. Let's talk about Yoda first with the Kai book, because this was also one of those figures found in that Woolworths by my mother on the same day. And then she gave me this a few days after the Anakin. So it's the same story in a way. And I wanted it so desperately. And I mean, now you can get it for a reasonable price quite easily. But back in the day, I never saw the wave on shelves other than in that one particular shop. But I'd already got it by that point. I just think, historically, what a fucking release, because it's mad enough that it's featured in the Clone Wars. Like, oh, well, we're gonna put Yoda on just so he's, not tiny and running around. Get a fucking goat. Get a goat. Just stick him on the back of it. But it's in the middle of a war. Put a belt on it. Yeah.
But a goat's gonna look weird. What can we do? Oh, make it fucking massive.
I just fucking love it. I think it's such a great toy, and it holds up to today. And I think it needs to be in the Black Series. This is where you could start introducing beasts into 6-inch scale, ones that work, ones that aren't huge, that you could set a good price point for. And it's a good way of getting that Yoda figure back out from the Gree 2 pack. But you just give it a dark brown robe with a hood on, and you stitch the hood so the ears can poke through it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's flawless in my opinion, and I've got such fond memories. I've owned it a few times. I used to have a lot of the realistic Tartakovsky stuff in 3.75 inch, but then I ultimately sold them off when I was building me 2008 Clone Wars collection up and trying to get some of the harder pieces to find. But it's great. Again, it's so many fond memories. And when you think of Tartakovsky Clone Wars, one of the scenes is when he's riding this fucking thing during the Battle of Coruscant, tells Fordo to hold his position. Yoda, being the kind and considerate soul he is, definitely against animal cruelty throughout the galaxy. Go now, no longer safe for you it is. Oh man, it's so good.
It's just that iconic opening shot as well, isn't it? From the start, you're just running across the. Oh my god, I love
fire. Clone Wars rage across the galaxy. They've also appeared in Jedi Survivor. As animals, yeah. There was actually an achievement if you aggravate one enough, so you can like parry it without your lightsaber, and like shoulder it or kick it. If you do it enough and piss it off enough, it'll actually kick you. and
Oh my
there's an
God.
achievement for that. But it's they're still part of current canon, I guess. I just think it's great. It's so cool. It's so unique, and it's so key to that particular time and era of Star Wars. And then, similar to what you were saying, Dan, about some of the Dark Horse comics, I've only ever read snippets of the Dark Horse Clone Wars stuff because it's so hard to get a complete set of the volumes.
Yeah.
Never mind the single issues. But we've spoken about comic packs, even on other streams that we've done, and I've always mentioned the set with Alpha 17 and Obi-Wan Kenobi from the Battle of Jabeam. I've still got that comic somewhere, the very one from being a kid and getting this from Toys R Us. I can still distinctively smell the figures from when I opened the box when I was a kid. It's strange, but it's so nostalgic. And he's such a badass, even when you disconnect him from Captain Rex, who this was the original inspiration for. He is just such a give no fucks clone trooper. If you just look at some of the panels online that he appears in, he doesn't care. He's that worker at your job who's silently quitting and doesn't give a fuck, says the first thing that comes into his head. Train one of the elite that was one of the troops trained by Django, serves with Anakin. He's got no time for Jedi. He is probably the most Django Fett of all the clones. And then Anakin eventually builds a respect up with him. Just a little bit, and he later gets sent off to train new recruits on Kamino. But what a fucking fire figure it is in that comic pack.
Yeah. What I really loved about it at the time was it was the first figure to sort of really tap into dynamic sculpting.
Yeah.
And you'd got that windswept camo, which it worked. I don't think it had worked now, but it worked so well at the time and looked so good. I'm with you, James. I remember wanting that set so badly, and I think I found it at a toy show that I went to, and I just remember vividly this stall at one of the toy fairs I went to, just having all the 30th anniversary collection and stuff, and I just went to town. I got the Mando packs, I got this, I got so many of the individual carded figures. I was just in my absolute element because there was just, like you said, just a vast wealth of weird characters from just every pocket of the galaxy, every part of the Star Wars saga. There was just something from it everywhere, and it was just that. Like I said, back in the day, Clone Troopers were my jam, and I was so excited to get this. It was such a cool set.
The particular comic, though, what I distinctively remember is having Republic AT-AT walkers.
Yeah.
In that particular battle, and I just thought that it was whoa, mind was blown as a kid.
Yeah.
The mud and everything, it felt so realistic for something. I suppose for a lot of people like myself growing up around that time who didn't collect and read comic books, when you've got this idea of the Clone Wars being this fun cartoon, and then you read something like that that's so fucking dark and gritty. I mean, Dark Horse putting the name in it.
Yeah,
they need to re-release them the way that Lucasfilm is re-releasing old Legends novels and have been over the last few years. I think somebody needs to speak to Dark Horse and get them to reprint a lot of these because they're so hard to find. But what I love so much about these figures is they added their own sense of realism into the design. So you've obviously got your animated ARC Trooper design, and whenever it was interpreted in a live action way in those early 2000s, you've got them bands around the shin armor, and even the rangefinder was almost like a green sight when it popped down, and that gauntlet that he had that went over his clone armor, that sort of copper-coloured thing with all these buttons on, a tube going like up to the back of his helmet.
It was just super hench and kitted
Yeah.
out, weren't they? And just fucking like, whoa. I mean, I've got a handful of those original Clone Wars comic books that you've mentioned. I remember finding some, not all. In fact, there were tons. I remember I was on holiday with my family one year. Must have been around 2004, 2005, and I was in Cancer Research UK, one of the charity shops, and they just got a pile of them. And I was like, ooh, I've never seen these before. I'll have that one. And it must have been cheap as chips because I bought a ton. And I'm like, oh, I like the cover art on that one. I'll have that one. I wasn't like I wasn't going, I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I was like, I'll have that one.
That looks pretty.
I like that one. That one looks good. That one looks good. And I'm just looking at Collectico's comment in the chat. He says volume 7 is the hardest to get. Oh no, I did. I must have been pretty strategic in my choices because I've got volumes 1 to 5, and they're just so good. They're such good books, and I've even got little. I'm gonna try and get to them if I can do it without knocking everything off, because you've just set me off on a little.
No, please do, mate. Please do. Because I think I've seen all 10 volumes sell for maybe 120 quid, 150 quid as a collective lot. And many times I've looked at buying them and I've stopped myself because I know it means I'll go back and buy all the fucking toys that come out. Because you got that cool pack with Anakin and the assassin droid.
So
that's part of it. But
just to touch on comic books, and we're talking about it's good that we've got representation from Dark Horse and Tartakovsky on screen, because I've got some of those Dark Horse comics as well, but I've also got these.
Yes, I've got them. They are amazing.
Oh, I remember before Revenge of the Sith came out. It's a little fun little side tangent, but story nonetheless. So just before Revenge of the Sith came out, my parents were tracing their family trees, and to do that, because we were still on a dial-up internet connection, and to trace a family tree takes a very, very long time. My mum and dad would have to have a trip down to the library in town and look through the archives to find certain information. And I was at a point where I was pretty young, so I had to trail along as well. I couldn't be less interested in the family tree side of things. I was just like, I'm going to go off into the library and see what Star Wars books I can find. And I remember finding these and not even being aware that they were a thing, and just picking them up and going and sitting in one of the big, massive leather armchairs in the library and just reading these for hours and hours and hours.
Man,
and
what a throwback.
And I remember reading them and just thinking, and these, like, the whole original Clone Wars era just got me so hyped for Revenge of the Sith. And I forget when it was, but me and my wife were on holiday with some friends in, is it Cleethorpes? It was either Cleethorpes or Mablethorpe.
Bloody hell.
We'd gone for a little weekend away, and we went into this like indoor market, and there was this guy who just got like, you know, a rented space inside this market, and he just got like, you know, a couple of odds and sods in the way of collectibles, and then he'd got like baskets of vinyl records, and then he'd got a couple of boxes of comic books, and I just remember sifting through those and finding these, and that's where I was getting my wires crossed, because this is where I found a ton of them, and I think they must have been a little bit pricey for me to only pick up 4, and that's when I was like, well, that the cover of that one looks good, the cover of that one looks good, I'll get these, I'll just get a handful. But I could have got more, and they are so, oh my god,
you know what,
so fun. Like, all the illustrations are inspired by the Tartakovsky stuff, and it, like, each story just touches on like a different character or a different set of Jedi. They are what
It's
a
a
time
similar story to yours, mate. I remember
so good.
Do you remember? Did you have book fairs at school when you were a kid?
Yeah. When the guy used to come with the catalogue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get the catalogue, and then they'd have them fold out fucking big bookcase motherfucker display things, and they had it was probably the first volume of that where you've got Anakin and Obi-Wan on the cover, and oh mate, hours I read that for. I used to do all the little drawings from them as well, because with it being
same.
2D Clone Wars, it was it was just a good example of like how you could draw these characters yourself. And then I remember getting the Mace Windu one from, that could have been from a book fair, or that could have been from I don't know. I know I had that one either first or second, where he's stood on the cover and he's blowing smoke off the top of his lightsaber hilt. But some years ago, there's 12 of them. There's either 12, well, there's 12 or there's 15, because there are some 2008 Clone Wars ones in the same vein as them, same size. I don't know what I fucking did with them. Either my mum's got them with some other books from my childhood, or Laura's got them, so I'll have to find out.
Collector Code 93 has become the enabler, because I know what I'm doing when we get off stream.
They're quite easy to find, mate.
You know what, Steve?
Yeah. Get it.
Those I got for Christmas. I can't remember what Christmas it was, but I remember distinctly getting all the volumes in like a bundle. They were so good. I need to find out where I've put them now.
Bring it all to life in Black Series, because it's stuff like that. It's like I said, when you've got that story that you can attach to something, to see. I don't know. There's just I just find it's like the whole Kyle Katarn thing all over again. I just find something so cathartic about having something tangible from a story, not a book, but from an anecdote that has so much resonance. Do you know what I mean? Like something that sticks in my mind so vividly. Give me something in plastic that I can have in my hand that represents that memory. That's that, and we've said it before on previous streams, but that is what collecting's all about for me.
Yeah.
So dial it in, Hasbro. Come on, let's have some Black Series love for the early 2000s Clone Wars stuff. It's like so many have said in the chat. It don't get enough love. Does not get enough love. I want it. Right, next pick. I'm gonna, because like I said, we've not put together our usual formulaic set amount of picks. So some of us have got more than others. So it might get to a point in the stream where one of us talks about more than one set of picks consecutively. So I'll go next because mine does tap in once again to that Knights of the Old Republic and Old Republic era, which again, something that I don't have a massive amount of affinity for or connection to, but it's Ruler Cool once again. And it is the Republic Trooper, but not the Republic Trooper that everyone probably thinks of when they say Republic Trooper, and the Sith Trooper, which I think, if I'm not mistaken, Dan, you've made a case for on a previous Gaming Greats wish list, but it wasn't this one. It was the
first Knights of the Republic game, Knights of the Old Republic game,
like the more chromatic looking ones. But I love the designs of these characters. I love anything that predates Clone and Stormtroopers that is so heavily inspired by Clone and Stormtrooper armor. I just find something fascinating about that. And what I love about these two is that on one hand you've got the Stormtrooper inspiration, but then the Sith Trooper is just so reminiscent of Vader. There's something so Vader-esque about that design. But the reason that I've picked these two, and yes, I'm pitching it as a multi-figure pack because you can't have one without the other. And the reason for that is, as Alex has mentioned in the chat, I remember picking up the Lego Battle Pack featuring these figures and just thinking these designs are batshit, especially the Sith Trooper, because that helmet is just such a weird bucket and it's huge and massive and just so bizarre looking. But I just love them. I just think they look so good and they're so different and so atypical to your usual Star Wars Trooper designs, at least in the case of the Sith Trooper. I just think they'd look awesome on shelf. And I think it's about time that we got characters that accompanied Darth Malgus as well.
Yes.
Because we've got other figures that correlate with Bastila Shan and with Malak, and Revan, they all tie together nicely. But Malak's, like, even though he's of a similar era, he's kind of just stood there on his own with no other figures around him. So again, going back to what we've said earlier on in the stream with regards to some of our other picks, I think it's time that we start building out those displays and building out those characters and fleshing out different media.
A multi-figure pack of this would sell like hotcakes.
Oh, I'd be all over it.
Like, I'd need at least 3 or 4 of them.
I knew this was going to speak to you, Dan, because I know you've gone on your little Old Republic and Knights of the Old Republic binge, haven't you? So yeah, like I said,
so cool.
Yeah, and there's so many different variations as well. Like with the Republic Trooper, they all use different weapons. The Sith Trooper, I'm pretty sure there's different costume colors. So you've got I think there's black and maroon for certain ranks. If I'm not getting that mixed up. I know the Lego figures that Alex alluded to. There was in the battle pack there was a black one and a maroon coloured.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
One looked significantly worse than the other, so that's why I've gone with the all black variant on screen. But I just love the designs. I just think they're so cool. And again, with what Black Series are doing at the minute with overlays and articulation and sculpts when it comes to troopers, these would look absolutely phenomenal in 2026.
Yeah.
So more troopers, more unique troopers as well, more different stuff. I'm all for it. Pretty short and sweet one, really. That I don't think. Again, the characters that speak for themselves, the troopers. Like, what else can you really say about them?
Rule of cool.
Exactly. Yeah, that's it. So Dan, we'll throw it back to you because I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is your final pick.
Yeah, this is my last one.
So in fact, with that in mind, Jim, do you want to take the next one?
Go on.
I thought I'd done all mine. So yeah, fire away.
Yeah, you've still got another couple to go. I think how many have I got? Let me just have a flick through. So yeah, you've got one more. And yeah, I've got one more as well. So actually, yeah, we've done all right, to be fair. So Dan, yeah, we'll let you take it.
No.
Because again, that theme has run straight through this stream as it relates to the 30th anniversary collection and comic packs. So
yes, right. First and foremost, let's get the names right on the packaging. On the packaging, not just in general. So we have got, I need to actually remind myself, fucking hell, Kana Jax and Kerr Karnas. So we've had, this is where it gets confusing. Who's the one that we got?
We had Karno Jax, but it's actually Kerr Karnas.
Kerr Karnas. And
we've been forlommed and zuckest again.
It's so confusing. So yeah, we need the other one more than anything. So the one with the black coloration on the red armor. Is that right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to think how to describe it.
The one with black armor and the red.
Yeah, suit. Black armor, red suit.
Yeah.
What black on his mask? That's it's that one that we've been needing. So you know what? Just redo them. Just release them both together, like you should have done in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and also we haven't got the heads pictured because I'm guessing ChatGPT and I have not got the capabilities to do these things, which is fine. But include head sculpts with them, so you can have interchangeable sort of bucket heads and just normal heads.
Well, to be fair, just on that, Dan, we did manage to get some unhelmeted images of these two, but it was but it was before I upgraded my membership for the free trial. So it produced a pretty jank looking figure, which looked very much like a toy and not like an actual action figure. It looked a bit weird, but we can include it in the images we all share post stream of
let's do it.
Figures that didn't make the cut. Like as the intro states, find us on Instagram. Hit the links in the video description.
You know what? We've wasted the water, so why not? Why not use what we've previously wasted?
There we go.
But yeah, I really want. I was really annoyed because we got one of them, but we didn't get the other, and we need both of them. You can't have one without the other. So can
I also advocate for new sculpts as well? Because that Royal Guard sculpt is a bit outdated, and it to be fair, potentially hot take. I'm not sure what other people's opinions are on it, but even for the time of its release, I thought that Royal Guard figure was a bit jank.
Oh, controversial. I actually quite like that sculpt, but
I feel like it's always been one of those figures where, you know, like the double joints and the pinned articulation and stuff. If I'm getting the terminology right on that, but everything about it felt very jank. Like it was like the articulation was very, very visible at that point in Black Series, and it's now time to modernize it and make it a little bit smoother and less ratchety. And
I think these would be the good starting point for it. Get these out because it's something a bit different. Because to be honest, for me and my mileage, the Royal Guards that we've got, you're right, they are a bit janky, but I'm just having them stood there in the sort of guardy pose.
Yeah.
With the little baton. So that kind of works for me. But
these are a little bit more action oriented.
Yeah. So yeah, get that sorted, Hasbro. Come on now.
And can we also, while we're at it, can we also address Cape Gate as well? Because what's the reasoning? I may be misinformed, but what's the reasoning behind the shiny metallic inner cape?
Like, I didn't quite understand that.
I don't know, but I liked it.
I can't make my mind up with it. I honestly can't. Like, I don't have the figure in my collection, and I've been meaning to pick it up.
It was quite regal.
When I see it, I'm like, I can't. Like, I like that it's different, but I don't know if I like it. Do you know what I mean? It's weird.
It's really a definite pop of colour, and especially for me because he sits on the back of the second Return of the Jedi shelf, so there's already 2 Royal Guards there anyway. So it's just making that visual distinction for me because they're on in a similar area.
Yeah, that's why I like the touches of black on these two, because it just like it sets them off a little bit, and giving the flowers to the vintage collection where they deserved as well. Like that original vintage figure that came out 2012 when they did it.
Oh yeah,
when they Captain Photo'd him and they gave him 2 looks, so you could either have him as an actual Royal Guard or you could put him in the training gear from the expanded universe. Like maybe incorporate some elements of that somewhere. That'd be cool.
I kind of wish they did that with the Black Series one. That they didn't, but more accessories the better.
Absolutely. This is one of those sets where you could just pack it out with weapons as well, because I think there's a pretty decent arsenal of staffs and pikes and all that sort of stuff that they use during training, isn't there? So
yeah. I mean, this one's a pretty simple one. It's just
it's just an update, isn't it? Really, an update and a striking a mission from the line.
Yeah. I want it, I need it, and also the fact that the 30th anniversary one comic pack is a pain in the bum to get justifies it even more. I'd like to say, because I that one was a catch-22 because I remember getting a text saying, Dan, there's some Star Wars figures at, was it Boys of all fucking shops?
Wasn't that like a weird newsagent?
Yeah, it's a really
like
weird
hardware shop.
Yeah.
Newsagents, wasn't it?
But
yeah.
They started stocking, like, occasionally they just got figures and random shite in. Well, this is the thing. It's not just them. It's not just them. I got a text saying, I was like, it's like they've got Star Wars figures. Like, which ones? It's like, well, it's comic pack. And I just got a list, and it was like, there's a blue man, Thrawn. Because I was in school, so I had a really shitty Nokia phone. So it's like obviously quick text speech that I was getting. It's like, well, there's a blue man Thrawn and 2 red guards. And I was like, Thrawn, get me Thrawn, please. I sent it, but snuck my phone in my pocket while at school. I'm a good boy. Come back home. There it sat. Thrawn and Talon card. And I was a very happy boy. And I was like, what other ones did they have? And because you said something about red guards, and she says, I think it was something like Connor Jacks, or I was like, bollocks. It's like one of them catch-22 moments where you're like, I'm happy with what I've got, but
here's what you could have won.
Because even then, them comic packs were really hard to come by. I think it was just after 30th anniversary, like a few years later. But again, that shop was so weird. They had such weird eclectic things in, but as soon as they were gone, they were gone.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm very happy that I got the Thrawn pack. I was disappointed I didn't get these 2.
Yeah.
So
hindsight's a wonderful thing, mate, and it seems we've all made cock-ups with comic packs over the years.
Absolutely.
So there we go. There we go. Sea Lion Studios has just joined us. Welcome to the chat, mate. Carno Jackson, Kirk Kanos. Yay. Evening, guys. Evening, mate. Hope you're doing well. You've missed some of the best ones, though. You're going to have to go back and check out some of the other picks, mate, because they're absolute fire. Absolute fire, if I do say so myself.
Put it on catch up.
100%. Get them views in. Staying on the subject of comic packs and a pick that James forgot that he made, but I'm really glad that he did.
Oh, shit. I know the one you're on about now.
And let us all collectively rub our Mondays because the man himself has joined the chat.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Damn. I should have rounded it out on this one, to be honest. I don't even think it's worth me putting forward my last pick now. I should have saved this till last.
What a choice. What a choice.
Oh.
See, I never had this one growing up. I had a shared hit with Dark Woman. But I always wanted this, and I've seen it for years. And I mean, for a start, it's Ki-Adi-Mundi in a fucking hat, dude. Like, so cool.
Trying to protect his head so that we don't.
What shall we do with the guy that's got the biggest fucking noggin in the fucking galaxy? Let's give him a big hat. It's just batshit crazy, and I'm all about it. But then Shared Hat. I mean, what a cool fucking idea! Like a Tuscan themed Jedi, or Dark Jedi, Sith, whatever title you want to give him. He's sort of like a nomad, because it's long before the time of the Clone Wars, and he's very much got Quinlan Vos vibes about him, but on a more extreme level, from what I remember. And then,
if I'm remembering the story right, because I remember reading this, because it's Outlander, isn't it? The name of the story. Mm-hmm. I remember reading this as part. They used to release. Do you remember when like weekly comics were a thing? And you used to be able to go and buy Star Wars comic in the newsagents, and they always They always used to incorporate like little snippets of different stories from some of the wider graphic novels. And I remember reading weekly in the kid friendly Star Wars comic this story. Because it's funny you mention a Sharad Het, because that's Sharad Het's son, who ultimately then becomes Darth Krayt that you made the pitch for earlier, Dan, which is, again, so many segues, so many tie-ins on this stream. I'm loving it. But yeah, if I'm remembering the story right, so Sharad Het is a Jedi who sort of like is disenfranchised and disillusioned by the Jedi Order, and he ends up somehow, I can't remember the intricacies, but he somehow ends up being taken in by a tribe of Tuscans and adapting to the Tuscan way of life. And then Ki-Adi-Mundi goes out to find him and finds that he's adapted to this whole new way of living, and he's got a son now who's he's somehow I don't know. It's a weird one. I need to.
Doesn't Aura Singh also hunt him as well? Because that was the big thing about the comic, was the fact that it was trying to link into episode 1. So they shared a picture of obviously Aura Singh, and those people, this cool bounty hunter. And he goes to the cinema and she appears for 2 seconds, and it's like, we need to give her a bit more of a bigger role. Same with Ki-Adi-Mundi. And he
has a quite a noble falling. I can't remember the circumstances of it, but you're very right in what you're saying, Steve. That's why I made the Quinlan Vos comparison. Qui-Gon Jinn as well. You know, he's very self-aware of what the Jedi Order is on a path to become, and he wants nothing to do with it, and just removes himself from the picture, but like continues to educate himself further. And I suppose the Council sort of despise him for going out of his way like that. But then that's why his son's got such a similar name to him. It's like almost in memory and in honor of him, but as you say, because it's through this Tuscan tribe. And I can't remember if Ki-Adi-Mundi's involved in the character's death or not, but he's present when he's dying, and he promises to take a Sharad Het as his Padawan and train him in his father's place.
Because if I'm remembering it right, a Sharad then ends up having a larger role in the Dark Horse Clone Wars comic series. He butts heads with Anakin a few times, doesn't he? He's not; those two are like, because a Sharad is this unconventional Jedi, and funnily enough, so is Anakin, and they tend to. They tend to clash quite a bit, to say the least. So it's such a those that era of comics, man, was so good.
Something else. But yeah, it's I don't know. I really like that pack. I've never had it, and I'm not going to go back and get it either. So the logical thing for me is, let's get some Black Series figures of them.
Absolutely.
Because you've got that unique sculpt for Ki-Adi-Mundi. You could reuse that and just put a different overlay on it, backpack, hat, breathing mask. You know, make a new version of it, so to speak. Make it fit in with what Black Series we've got. And then we'll have, hopefully from this, a new Tusken Raider or new variations of, because we can get an updated version of that body. And again, through the power of AI and droughts in the Middle East, we can have a nice look at what they would be like. So,
how would you tackle the Tuscan headdress? Because I know that original comic, those 2 original comic packs, actually, they had, I'll not say removable helmets, but removable helmet type accessories.
Yeah,
just slotted over the heads.
Just swappable head.
Yeah, that's the route I'd go as well, I think, because I think in Black Series doing the overlay like that would look a little bit.
It's a bit
I'm thinking like Chimera, like just do the same thing, neck post, and so that you're not getting that disconnect between the neck and the wraps. But yeah, I'd be all over this. Like I said, I just love the idea and the concept of upscaling so much of the 30th anniversary and Legacy collection into the Black Series. I think it's inspired, man. I love it. I'm absolutely all over this.
That's all Hasbro needs to do. It's easy. It's easy.
Yeah. Look at what was possibly like. I don't know from a sales data standpoint. I'm absolutely clueless. Maybe that's something Courtney's Cantina can look into. But for my mileage, I would go on a limb to say that 30th anniversary and Legacy were some of their most successful lines. So, obviously, Vintage Collection must have done well. But yeah, just tap back into that library and bring some of
Yeah.
that to life, and then boom, Bob's your uncle.
Just put it in the superior scale.
There you go. That's all that needs to be done. That brings us to my last pick and the last pick of the stream. And this is a bit of a double dip. So we're going back to the Legacy Collection and comic packs, but we're also going even further back and bringing in a figure to the Black Series from the Power of the Force 2, but combining both lines and creating one ultimate, bizarre, weird as fuck pack. Because somehow, in the right way, Palpatine returned. So my final choice. It's not the one I want the most. I don't think we've done this in any particular order of least to most wanted. But my final pick is the clone of Emperor Palpatine from the Dark Empire stories, and the Imperial Sentinel. So we've had both of these figures in the Power of the Force 2 line as part of that expanded universe wave of figures that I'm pretty sure Dan has just completed, if not is very close to completing.
Spoiler.
And yeah, like I said, for me, my whole affinity with the expanded universe is purely through Power of the Force 2, because it was that toy line that was my first exposure to Star Wars media outside of the movies. Even though I realise that that's a contradiction because I played Dark Forces 2 before I watched the films, but be that as it may, that the Power of the Force 2 line and the expanded universe stuff is the gateway to a wider universe, shall we say. And I had no idea who any of these characters were. I didn't realise why there was a dark side Luke in the line. I didn't know who Grand Admiral Thrawn was. I had no idea what an Imperial Sentinel was. But they were all just such weird, bizarre designs. And like we've said throughout this stream and like we've said in others, seeing a cool toy then inspires you to go back and check out the stories that they come from. And while I haven't really gone in depth and read Dark Empire to such a degree that I know the story off by heart, it's really cool again. And I just think that this is a great way to just introduce characters that we were introduced to back in the late 80s, early 90s, but also, as we've said during numerous picks tonight, upscaling some of the best figures that Hasbro ever put out in lines such as the Legacy Collection. And I think that's where Clone Emperor Palpatine falls into. And he's one, like these two figures, I think, probably the best example of mixed media that I could put forward, because there's so much going on in terms of the overlays and the soft goods and all that sort of thing, that you could just create some really interesting designs out of these two, and really cool figures with great posability, really good shelf presence. And as I touched on when I talked about Luke with the Yuuzhan Vong character, it'd have been really, really cool to see the Emperor come with lightning effects, but not interchangeable hands, just like lightning effects that work with the hands. So in a similar sort of way to the magic effect that comes with Merrin, I think that'd look really, really good. But yeah, just like an opportunity just to introduce all these different weird accessories. Like you've got the Sentinel with the axe, and yeah, just shake it up a little bit and just give us something. Again, give us those conversation pieces. Give us those weird, deep cut characters. That's what I'm here for. And like I said, anything that pays homage to Power of the Force 2 is all well and good by me. So there we go. That.
Would you make the Sentinel Deluxe?
See, I've not really given much thought to how I'd release any of these figures, because I've paired them together. But so the ones that I've paired together that come from similar stories, in like my first thought would be 2-pack.
Right.
But,
okay.
But I get what you're saying, because I know the Sentinel is a big Chongus beefy boy, and I know he'd probably not fit in a standard Black Series box, and by default would then not fit in a 2-pack with another figure. So, mind you, they did it with the Destroyer Droid and the K2, the K.
There, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So
the KX Enforcer Droid is what
that's
you
the
were
one.
after, mate.
Yeah, that's it. It's late, mate. My brain's not
It's
braining.
all right, mate.
Yeah, that I don't know. Yeah, you could do it either way. It'd have to be it'd have to be representative of the character. And it would have to be tall. Like I'm thinking Malgus scale for this guy. So single release, yeah, deluxe it. I suppose you could justify it by you can justify it with the size and with like the mixed media.
Light piping. Give it light piping. Go on.
See,
what is this? Transformers?
I don't know, mate, because I can't. Yeah, because I know the original figure uses it, but I just think because Black Series are delivering such like lifelike sculpts and really and realistic detail, I think light piping would just look a little bit out of place.
No,
so,
they could mask it. I think they could get away with it. I think we should get away with it.
I don't know.
Come on, chat.
I'll leave that. Yeah, I'll leave that open to interpretation and make your own choices on that one. But not for me. But yeah, I get what I get the point you're trying to make, mate.
Nostalgia.
That's it. Well, that's it. That's to be fair, that's all this stream's been, isn't it? It's just a fucking nostalgia trip. And do you know what? I'm absolutely here for it all because I've enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed diving back into it because it's not just been an opportunity to pitch characters we want to see in Black Series, but it's just been fun to modernize and visualize like some of those older figures that we love, but in different formats. Yeah, it's been good. I've enjoyed this one a lot. Thanks for indulging me because I know that this is a drum that I've been banging for months about wanting to do, and I know that you guys don't really have the, well, I know you, James, don't have that affinity for the 90s expanded universe and legends that me and Dan do, but I knew
it just gives us different perspectives, though. It shows that, like, because you get so, not to call people out, but you get so many Star Wars fans that are subjective about particular, time periods, films, eras, whatever you want to look at. Some people only collect certain things. I just want it all, so I just put the effort in to learn things. See a character that looks cool, educate yourself about it. If you don't like it, then fucking, I guess it did only look cool, but I'm not going to buy a figure if I don't know what it is. Like, it's like fucking, I don't know. It's just mad. It's absolutely mad to just go out and buy all these cool characters and just have no affiliation with the property it comes from. Just don't get it. But
yeah, it's chopped, as the cools would say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, on that note, because I can feel the energy levels dipping. I think we're all getting to a point. We need to try and stick to a Saturday morning slot, lads. if we're gonna do these girthy streams, we need to get up a little bit earlier when the energy.
I've still got some toys in me, mate.
I was just about to say,
I got some toys.
As Collector Curves just mentioned, you need to whack out your May the 4th Stormtrooper that you've got in advance to showcase.
Yeah.
Show us.
Fucking, I don't know about that. I'll show you some. I'm gonna show you some proper fucking toys, kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, boy.
All right.
Let's wrap it up with some recent pickups.
Just trying to figure out what order to show things in. It's really going to annoy me that I'm going to go out of fucking yearly order with these, but got some. There was a seller on eBay and he's put a shit ton of Clone Wars figures up, and they're all in such good condition, and the prices were extremely reasonable. And even though I told myself I completed my carded collection, you only live once, right? So I've wanted a Commander Pons for fucking ages, and whenever he comes up, he's always battered. Ideally, I would have liked one with the Toys R Us exclusive logo on, but I'll take what I can get at this point. It's literally like it walked off the pegs.
Genuinely.
So I'm so chuffed to get that.
Pristine.
And then I sort of went on a bit of a spree because some of them were stupidly cheap. So Commander Pons is a special one. I've spoke about the story of that before, but I remember getting that for Christmas of that year and having to pay something shocking to get it from Forbidden Planet because there was no inkling as to whether the UK would be afforded the opportunity to get this in Toys R Us, of which we were, and I grossly overspent money. But
such is life, mate. It happens.
Yeah.
And then I got these two, which sort of come hand in hand because I had these for my birthday in 2010.
Beautiful.
And I've you know, the majority of my carded stuff I want to attribute key memories to, especially the blue box stuff, because I'm not too keen on the whole battle game sort of era. You know, it's a bit of an eyesore, but just £10 for that Aura Sing. I mean, can't go wrong.
Segue again to Aura Sing.
Yeah, I've wanted a pre-Vizsla for years as well in the box, and again, you never see them mint. Corners are always damaged. The hangers, especially, are always creased. But it's pretty fucking perfect for my money, mate. Just fantastic stuff. And then I sort of went off the rails a bit after this. So I got heavy in training armor because I just think it's a really obscure design to get and something so unique to the Clone Wars show.
Black Series when?
Yeah, oh, please. Yeah. I just think it's a great figure. So I grabbed that one. And then I grabbed Barris because she's just one of my favourite Clone Wars characters. And this was like £40. On a good day, a mint one of these, 90, 120 quid. It's hard to get. So, and it's crispy as fuck. Like, but what a cool figure. The artwork at the top with the picture. You just don't get them like this anymore.
They don't make them like they used to.
This is what packaging looks like when it's not reliant upon 40-year-old men to buy more than one. But what I was watching the seller put random figures up all evening when he started listing his stuff, and then he sort of got to the Tai Sen wave, so that went up. Cold Weather Gear Anakin and Palpatine, and if you watch the streams regular, a particular one we did with Tommy from Blitz Transmission some weeks ago now, I mentioned there was a particular figure I'm after carded. I've been after one for years, and I've never actually seen one for sale on the card.
Oh man!
And it's just batshit crazy, and I fucking love it. I've got it loose, and I bought it loose. I've never seen one boxed, and it's mint as fuck, and it's got the Nadar Veb mail away sticker, which was something I was waiting to tick off because I haven't got a sample with that yet. Oh, I just love it. It's like, who had this fucking idea? Let's fucking get a battle droid and turn him into Fireman Sam. I fucking love it. It's so good. And again, it's one of these waves that was grossly just under-distributed in the UK. So as a result, they're so difficult to get.
Out of curiosity, James, how much did you get that one for?
This one was £80 and change, but worth every fucking penny,
absolutely, mate. Absolutely.
And then some more modern
geez.
stuff.
But wait, there's more.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wow.
All
God,
you
that
guys
looks-
finding the Mandalorian and Grogu stuff out in Maya in America. I just couldn't sit by and watch you have all this fun without me. So got myself the nice Chapter 1 version of the Mandalorian. Definitely not fucking Durasteel before you all pipe up. What a figure, honestly.
That looks so good, man.
It's amazing. And my review's just about to do 1,000 views, so thank you very much. And it's
Quality.
fucking gone crazy on Instagram. It's got about 10,000 views and 1,000 likes, which is about as best as I can do. So again, people seem to like that one a lot and are looking forward to it. And then I had to get in on the Mandalorian and Grogu action. I'm not quite sure if I'm going to review them. If I do, I'm not sure it's going to be individually because there's so many reviews out there now. I might do an overview video.
Yeah.
But
Be good
even
to get
though
your
this
thoughts on
is,
them, man.
even though this is like a redo in many ways, I still think it's the best full Beskar version of Mando that they've brought out.
So with the Grogu, has he got? Is it like the vintage collection one where he's got the peg and it plugs in, or
No? So can you just about see?
Oh, it's the little antenna.
The antenna of the jetpack. You can grip that, and then he's got a foot down there that's on a ball joint, and you can wedge that foot behind the jetpack and friction it on there. It was a pain in the arse to do, to be honest. But once you get it and you figure out how to do it, you can get it done right. And I'm just fucking throwing digs out. That's the only way you see his fucking cape over his shoulder when he's wearing the jetpack, right? Sort it out. Fucking sort it out, because I'm sick of seeing people's figures look like dog shit because nobody wants to spend 5 minutes sorting soft goods out. All I did with that, to get it looking nice, was fold it over itself, then put the jetpack on to hold it in place, and then I ran that under a fucking tap for 2 minutes. Don't sit there moaning about your Black Series figures when you're not willing to put the fucking effort in to get them looking good. It just winds me the fuck up. I saw a review.
James ain't got time for no one tonight.
Peak.
Colonel Ward. What a figure. Lovely, lovely sculpt. Hopefully this means we'll get more X-Wing pilots going forward.
Are you going to put a Luke head on it?
No, I'm not, mate.
Oh yeah, now we're cooking.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
that looks fucking
great stuff.
Yeah, fuck.
This one especially, like we were all thinking it was like the most boring one when we did the reveal stream, but it's so good.
I'm buzzing that you said that, to be fair.
I've seen a video of that particular one where the helmet's loose. Is it
it's
loose?
Fine, mate. It's fine. It's just, they're just an example of somebody showing it off and everybody thinking theirs will be like that.
Okay then. Good to know.
I like this one the most. The one that stepped in dog shit. I think it's if you can see just the colour difference.
The weathering looks heavier on that one.
Yeah, it's so nice.
Is the helmets different? Sorry, that was.
They're the same sculpt. They're just painted differently.
Okay.
If I can just bring this one back, I'm not calling him out because I've got nothing against the guy. I was watching Luke Ness Monster's review of this, and he brought up a point about if you can see how the shoulder pads are a stark white, but the rest of it's weathered. I think that's intentional because they're remnant troopers, because the belt's bright white. It's almost like they've found new parts for stuff they were missing. If you pay very close attention in season 3 of the Bad Batch, Captain Rex's armor is actually like that. So where he's got the traditional yellow weathering on a lot of his armor, he's got a bicep piece and a shoulder pad that are bright white, and the blue paint's barely scratched. So it's a common theme that you see with these troopers that are to the point of patchwork. So I don't think it's a cock-up, and I don't think it should be given any demerits for it. I actually think it's more of a close attention to detail. Cracking fucking wave. Honestly, I didn't think much of it because they were troopers, but I'm just having a great time getting my toys before the film, lads. I love it.
It's the way it should be. It's the way it should be. That's like I can't stress enough how. I mean, we've said it before, haven't we? Like how valuable it is for toys to boost excitement for a piece of media that's coming out. Like I'm so like I don't know whether we'll have them in. Well, we're not going to have them in hand. Well, someone might, but we're not going to have them in hand before the show starts. But the mold figures, to get those revealed before the show starts, like, and to have toys from that to get hyped for, like, that's what it's. Toys get me excited, man, and they get me more excited for stuff that's coming out. If there's a show or a movie and there's toys for it, and I've got them and I can touch them and I can play with them.
It's funny because I set all these up and pose them, just using my best judgment, really, because as you know, I like to do my poses from how they appear on screen. And I was sent. Laura was at work, so I sent her some pictures. Like, oh, look, I've opened my toys. Aren't they cool? It's like, I bet you can't wait to see the film now, so you can put them in proper poses. I'm like, fuck, you know me so well.
Just on that, though, I love that the image that you posted on Instagram of the Pagadon Mando.
Yeah,
looks so good. Because I know you mentioned about the fact that it being a bit of a bummer that it doesn't come with the pulse rifle, but I couldn't care less because I want him in that Chapter 1. It's Chapter 1 Mando, innit? So
it's just lovely. The colours.
It looks so good.
A couple of people have commented on my review saying that they see that the original has still got some nice paint work and sculpt work, and I do agree. There's definitely better paint detail just on the overall block colours of the original. If they'd have carried some of that forward, it would have been nice.
Yeah.
I suppose my biggest complaint is on both of these new Mandos, the red on the detonators hasn't been painted, but it's by the by, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's all fucking exciting.
Quality stuff, mate. Cheers for the preview. Loving that. Anything new in your collection, Dan? You've been on Whatnot again, pal?
Buckle up.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Come on, man. James were nodding off a minute ago.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's Vinted and eBay and everything. So I alluded last week about Disney Store.
Oh,
shit! Yeah. She's arrived. She has arrived.
Yes.
Hey.
Again, a massive pain in the arse to get hold of this. In terms of having to get up early and order it. Also, the condition it came in. I'm kind of surprised that the card's not fucked. Although if it was, it would have probably decided for me to open it if it was,
When if you do open it, Dan, are you going to take the card back and get your fucking cordless drill and put it on your
that's
wall?
Something I'm going to do. I'm going to get my cordless drill. I'm going to go. If you know, you know. So luckily it's fine. It came in a small box, and I could go on a rant about it, but you know what? I'm too happy because I've got her. She's lovely. Now because of that, because I've got that one, and because I've got hold up, let me get him. And because I've got this one, it was doing my head in because I'm like, I'm missing the one in the middle. So I had to go on eBay, and everyone's scalping it, aren't they? Everyone's scalping CU28.
What CUNTs?
What CUNTs? But luckily,
quite quick for me. That I'll take that. Considering how late it is.
I want to say luckily, but it's not really luckily for me. Someone had it listed on its own for about 30 or 40. And I was like, and then I looked at the listings and they had it listed again, but with R2H25.
Oh, look at that.
A bit, it's not very seasonal right now, but
Better than the holiday shit that Hasbro are churning out.
well, absolutely. They have that listed with this. But was it 50 or so? And I was like, I'm submitting to scalpers, but it kind of softened the pill because usually you spend about 20, 21 quid on these figures each because obviously I can't add anything to my order because you have to be that in it to win it. So I've essentially bought these for 25 quid each, so I've spent an extra 5 of them all of, and it's just a bit annoying. But, at least I've got this one. And so hopefully I can get the next one they do and the one after that, and especially B2, because then that might solidify me doing a full review on all of them and open them up and build the droid that you get.
Cool.
It's frustrating. I've had a rant about it. Watch the last live about that. So what makes me happy is finding toys really, really cheap. So I got some more Power of the Force 2.
Yeah.
And I'm getting close to finishing it. So I've got Leia, who finishes the expanded universe assortment of
that's fitting.
Power of the Force 2 figures for expanded universe. So very happy with her.
Speaking of Balin lightsabers, fuck me, that's a big.
I know, it's a right chopper, and she comes with a blaster, but her hand doesn't hold it because she's too busy using the Force. So she's very cool. I'm very happy with her, especially for the price I got it for. Bosch. And continuing on with Power of the Force 2, I got a lot of figures. Figures. So the first one, we've got Princess Leia. She does have a blaster. And she's got her hands going, oh, hello, everybody. There we go. She's very nice. She comes with a Comtech chip. So you'll see a running theme because I'm noticing the Comtech chip figures are starting to go up in price. Can't be having that. I need to get them while I can. So I got Stormtrooper, which this one is this iterates the point that they were really going places because I didn't even realize he's got ball jointed shoulders.
Yeah, man.
Ball hinged shoulders. He's got swivels. He's got a bend in his knee. And it can make it look like he's been shot because if you put him in water, he gets a little blast mark. So that's fun. I like him. He's cool.
He don't feel like a Power of the Force figure, that one, does he?
He doesn't. No, it feels a lot later. No t-shirt, sadly. And then we've got another good one.
Yeah,
Darth Vader with hold on a second. Dr. Ball.
I said good day, sir.
So yeah, they are just really good again. Really, really good. And then we've got who have I not shown you? I've got Greedo. I got 3 of them for 30, so I've got a real good deal on them.
Have you looked under his jacket?
I have. I do love this about this Greedo. Can I show it? Excuse me, sir.
I love the concept that the blast mark bypassed his waist jacket. Like it didn't.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Somehow the bullets went straight. Oh, what's the quote from Pulp Fiction?
I fucking love Greedo.
Oh, I love Greedo. He's and to be honest, he's the only glup shito in the Power of the Force 2 line that got 2 versions. It's single carded.
Yeah.
We don't count the multi-packs.
Well, I was just thinking Jawas. The Jawas got a couple.
Oh, yeah.
If you can count Jawas, I suppose Glup Shitter like is character specific.
Yeah.
Are you gonna hunt down any variants? Because I actually know something. Ready for this, boys? I was watching an episode of Toy Federation the other day, if you've heard of that YouTube channel, and surprising. I was very surprised to fucking find out, right, that there are short lightsaber variants where they were placed into long trays, and they're actually worth a little bit.
The power of the Force, the Power of the Force 2 variant thing is oh my god, it's a rabbit hole.
So, I've not gone down the variant hole too far, but I do have a long-bladed Luke Skywalker. He's got a big old. I'm going to try and get him.
Is that your farm boy one?
This is the farm boy one.
Yeah, mine's the same. I've got the long one.
Look at the fucking chopper on that.
Fucking hell.
Is he overcompensating?
I was stupidly confused by that one when I picked it up because I always thought, because I'd never seen it, I thought the longer sabers were the more difficult ones to get. And then it turned out that they were actually more common than the regular. I was just like,
do you know what? There's a lot of the book that I've got on it, I think it shows its age, because obviously now that we live in the age of technology and eBay, I don't think some of these variants are as rare as this makes them out to be, because obviously limited sources. Especially when it comes to, I mean, they say that the Chinese version of C-3PO, which isn't as VAT chrome, is rare, but I've seen it so many times these days. I've managed to get one, and I've got the regular version of it. Speaking of variants, R2D2 I picked up recently, who comes with the hologram and the...
Oh, go on, give us a go, Dan.
Right. So he
No, I don't want the R2D2 voice. I want the real voice.
Oh dear Lord! Oh, I completely forgot! Bloody hell! Oh! So here's the thing about this R2D2, other than the fact that it's inaccurate because it doesn't have naked ladies and ladies in bikinis in the dome if you take it off. Actually, he's gone now. Thank you for that. There's a variant in terms of these little bits here. You see that little half moon? Well, there's a variant which isn't that, and it's like the circular bit that you see there. It's hard to describe. And apparently that goes for like 75 quid.
Jesus.
75 quid just for a different foot. That's a rip-off, that is. That's a bloody rip-off. I signed one of those back in the day, so it's worth triple. So yeah, I've got a lot of figures on my desk. I think that's all of them, other than the biggest, the big in the room, which I think, Steve, you can segue into this now. Have you got on hand?
Are we talking recent pickups?
Recent pickup.
Yeah, I've got
of the 6-inch variety. The 6-inch variety.
I've got them to hand because this is hands down one of the waves that I have been the most excited for in a very, very long time. I mean, we've talked about this one at length with the Hasbro team itself. So shameless plug, check out the live stream on that one if you haven't done so already, where we talked with Brandon and Eric from Hasbro about these figures, because they are. I don't know. It's just sort of like, for me, it's set the Black Series world alight in terms of what's possible and character selection and just what, like, I can't, like, you know, what can I say about these? I feel a little bit late to the party, to be fair, because James had these before. James had these in hand before they were even announced. So,
November.
That's what I mean. It's been a long few months, and I can't figure out how the bloody hell to send myself full screen. Why is it not working?
Have you used up your limit of full screen?
No, I don't know. It's just I can't get the live thing is in the way, and it won't let me press. Fuck it. You'd be right. It won't let me press it. But yeah, you know what I'm showing you anyway. We've got Jedi Dooku. Sorry, Jedi Nicolas Cage. Completely
Wash
forgot.
your mouth out.
I don't see it. I really do not see it.
Neither do I.
That is Christopher Lee as I Live and Breathe, and it's absolutely phenomenal. Really, really cool figure. There's not a dud in sight in this wave, but out of the 4, this is my least favourite, just because it relies the most on reuse. I'm fine with that because it's logical and it makes sense, and it looks great. And you know what? When he's got the lightsaber in both hands, I'll ignore it. I'm not that bothered. I'll get over it. I love the cape. I love how that flows. I think that looks really, really good. And the head sculpts, plural, are absolutely fantastic. So very, very happy with him. What else did we get? Obviously from the same wave, Quinlan Voss, which is a banger. I actually thought I thought he was originally the sleeper of the wave, but that honor goes to one of the other figures in it. But I'm loving this. Like this. Oh no, Dooku's fallen over. Sculpt on this is fucking superb. He just looks absolutely killer. I'm loving like the detail around the wraps on his wrists and like the details at the top of his boots. I just think look absolutely mega. It's just it's the subtle details about this one that I really, really like the tattoos and like even like the way the hands posed. I just love it. It's just fine. This entire wave just feels so finely tuned and like they've paid attention to it.
Steve,
I'm here for it. What?
I've got a question for you.
What?
What are the elbows? What are the elbows? From a professional opinion, someone who's been in the action figure game for over, is it 15 years? Maybe longer?
18, but who's counting?
4. Well, what the hell?
I know. I'm an old man now. I've completely forgotten what I was going to say. They are hinged.
They're ball hinged.
They're hinged.
They're hinged elbows.
They're just hinged elbows.
A singular. Nothing double about that. Nothing double.
Well, no.
Thank you.
It is one hinged, but
it's
I wouldn't say it like
it's like hinge and swivel.
Yeah, that's not a ball hinge to me. That's just a hinge.
For context, for the people in the chat possibly confused, that also possibly saw Dan's stories in regards to this topic the other week. This stems from some absolute clown jumping on my Quinlan review and trying to absolutely lambast me for missing the fact that Quinlan Voss had double jointed elbows and it was the debut for the Black Series. And he compared, in his own video review on his own channel, because we had to go and sleuth into this a little bit, right? He compares it to a Marvel Legends Wong that does actually have double hinged elbows. They are visually completely different.
Apparently it was the scientific experiment to prove it, of having his figures do the YMCA just with the Y. Very big emphasis on the Y in terms of elbow articulation. I'd also like to say Forces with Jesse also got the brunt of this, and someone in the comments in response to this person agreed with both myself and James, indirectly, of course. So yeah, Jesse is correct in his review, James is correct in his review, and I'm sure I will be correct in my view. No, actually, I use the word, and Steve is correct in his professional opinion as well. I just use the wording ball hinge because it's kind of like a ball shape with a hinge. So you know what? It's more of a hinge. I end up just saying ball joint, and I know I'm probably wrong. I personally couldn't give a fuck. It moves. It moves.
This is the thing, innit? Like I realised I've been. To be fair, mate,
it's minutia.
How long have I been saying pinless? and I don't understand why that's not pinless, because I can't see pins in it, so that's pinless to me. But apparently, I'm wrong. We could have this debate all night. I don't know what we're doing.
I see other people saying it as well, mate. It's not just you. It's because pinless was first used as a term for Marvel Legends when they got rid of the pins specifically for the elbows and then also the legs. But because Black Series pivoted away from double jointed knees,
yep,
before Marvel Legends did that, it's purely something just for Marvel Legends, unless we get a double joint in a figure that has no visible pins.
Basically, it's words that people have picked up on without actually consulting the Oxford Dictionary. In some cases,
bringing up the intelligence of people that buy these toys. The Dooku hilt.
Yeah,
fucking
it's shit and it's wrong, but
pay attention to these fucking programs when you're watching them, because the issue shouldn't be it's not painted. The issue should be it's not the right fucking hilt. It's completely different in Tales of the Jedi compared to Attack of the Clones and Revenge of the Sith, for a start. So the biggest crime is they wanted to reuse it. The reason it's not painted like the rest of the wave is because even if Hasbro had a fucking tampo to apply to it, it wouldn't match the sculpt that's there. That's why.
I'd also like to add,
where was that energy when I was talking about Exar Kun and Luke Starkiller, James? Fucking hell.
It's like poking a bear. But also on the point of painting, details. Just an example, guys, right? From my own personal learned experience. If it's something smaller than this, you don't need to put that much controversial. You don't need to put that much detail into it, because I'm going to be looking at it from this distance on the shelf at most. Maybe that's just me. When it comes to lightsaber hilt painting.
I don't know. I'm half and half, because I feel like if my beloved and his lightsaber hilt had not been given the correct respect that it deserves, I would have kicked the fuck off.
It's the cast plastic though versus the silver paint that's the biggest issue that people are having.
Yeah, I must admit, I do wish that Kyle's lightsaber was silver and not dull grey. But at the same time, like, it's from a video game. It's like, I didn't really overanalyze it in the graphics in the game and go, well, that lightsaber doesn't look metallic. So as long as it looks like the lightsaber he uses, I'm absolutely fine. And you know what? I've said all I need to say about this figure. As thanks to a certain Mr. RoboCliff Collects, I was lucky enough to be the first to review it on the tube. Shameless plug once again. Check out my review if you haven't done so already. It felt fucking... I'll tell you what, mate. It felt fucking weird opening this one up and throwing the box straight in the bin. I was like... I was like, carefully slicing the tape at the bottom, opening the flap, and then I'm like,
I've already done this.
I was like, why am I being so delicate with it? Yeet. This bitch empty. But fucking, to finally have him, he, like I said to you guys the other day, you're as beautiful as the day I lost you. Beautiful figure. Thrilled to have him. And he's finally got a space on my shelf, and that's a thing I never thought would be a thing. So I'm ecstatic. But the sleeper of the wave for me, is hands down the Seventh Sister Inquisitor. Like, Kyle's fantastic, but he was going to be because it's Kyle Katarn. Fucking blown away by this one. Absolutely love it. And yeah, there's a little bit of saber sag with the swoosh effects, because this is actually the first figure that I've displayed with the swoosh effects, because I just think it looks like, I know, they're a bit hit and miss. Some people love them, some people hate them. I don't like them generally, but that I think looks quality, and I just think it's done right. And yeah, I'm a step away from having it displayed on a flight stand, to be honest.
Oh, mate.
If I need to integrate, if I need to separate some figures and some displays up to make room on my my Black Series Clone Wars shelf, I may take Pre-Vizsla off the flight stand and transfer it over to the Rebel shelf so that I can have helicopter Inquisitors in action. But I just think she's mint. I really do. Like I said, the detail on this entire wave, like everything about it, feels like they've just paid so much love and care and attention to making them the best versions that they possibly could be. And this is what I'm talking about when we do these wish lists, and this one in particular where we've touched on the expanded universe stuff, and we've actually been able to visualize and mock up what we're talking about. That's what I've got in my head. Like if that wasn't a figure already, and I said I wanted a Seventh Sister Inquisitor figure in my collection, and I put it on a wish list, that's the image that's in my head, and that's when a figure's done very, very well. So for me, that's the best one of the bunch. Like, obviously, speaks for himself. Like, he's not really in contention for best figure of the wave, because by default he is. But purely from like an objective standpoint, as an action figure, like, fuck me, that is top tier.
Yeah,
Black Series stuff. Because I was a little bit skeptical about the helmet, because I've mentioned it to you guys, but I've had a couple of issues with Ventress's helmet on the Bounty Hunter version. Like the mask is very ill fitting, and you try and move it, and the whole thing just falls apart. At least on my sample. But I love the way the mask's being engineered on this figure. It sits really well. It goes together nicely. The head sculpt is fucking banging.
Yeah, the head sculpt I was going to say is mint.
Like the detail, like the makeup around the eyes and stuff, is so good.
When you've got a figure like that and it speaks to you, so you look at it and suddenly your brain's just replaying the lines.
Yeah,
you know you've got a good figure.
Yeah, that's how I feel with Kyle. To be fair, never trust a bartender with bad grammar. Yeah, I'm loving this wave.
Not the face.
Not the faces. Reload officers on higher levels. Use the garbage collectors. Sorry. Sorry. Pardon my inner voice. My inner voice has started talking to me then. No, to be fair, again, fan channel, doing the Lord's work, Hasbro Black Series, killing it again. Quality figures across the board. Like, I've not been this excited, and I haven't actually pre-ordered an entire wave for a very, very long time before pre-ordering this one, because every single figure's a banger. So yeah, can't really say much more than what's already been said about him. I'm going to review him because it's been a while since I've put a review out, and I think if any figures deserve a review, then it's these ones. Even though James did it a year ago, but there we go.
James did it.
James did it. But
thank you, US tariffs.
There we go. Just hoping, quality stuff. So is that all our recent pickups out of the way and done with?
Yeah.
I got this.
Oh,
somebody went to Galaxy's Edge and bought me this.
Oh yeah,
there
you go. Good
Cheers,
stuff, mate. No worries. Happy to be of service. Right, well, if no one else has got anything to add, we have approached the 4-hour mark. I knew it was going to be a long one, so thank you all very much for tuning in. If you're joining late, then thank you for watching all the same. You probably came expecting an expanded universe wish list, and you got a articulation lecture. So if you are joining a little bit later, by all means, feel free to go back and check out the replay, because I think we've put together a pretty decent wish list, and we'll be back with some more soon. I've got no idea what the next topic of discussion will be, because I think, as we were talking about earlier, we've pretty much exhausted all our wish list options, unless we go back and revisit some of our older ones. But I dare say something will pop up in the future where we can start pitching characters once again. So chances are it's probably going to be another reveal stream. Although if that May the 4th Stormtrooper is anything to go by, the less said about future reveals, the better. But yeah, we'll be back to Gracious Green again very soon. Whatever the discussion may be. So we hope you can join us then. In the meantime, thank you for watching. And as always, keep collecting, and may the Force be with you.
Bye-bye.